All right, folks, we're going to get started here in just a second. Let some more folks check in here. In the meantime, Selectman Brian Bezanson has asked for a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good evening, everyone. This is hard for me. It's time for me to say goodbye. It's to start the next chapter in my life with my wife, Lonnie. I chose not to run for re-election. It's been 18 years. That's a long time. I had darker hair and more of it. So my wife is also not running for re-election. She spent time on the Historical Commission and the Planning Board about 15 years. So she's not running for re-election either. We plan on doing a lot of gardening. But it's been an honor and a privilege to serve this community that I love so dear. I came here in 1960, and I'm still living in the same house. And I'm only 29. Many of you know the late Senator Ned Kirby. He was a mentor of mine, and I went to him for advice on running for municipal government. He said, there's three things. Stand by your principles, always tell the truth, and get rid of that beard. 2 out of 3 ain't bad. I knew it was time, and in recent months, I've had some conditions of that long COVID that you might have heard about, reoccurring symptoms, spent some time in the hospital, and while I was there, I reflected that when I got elected in 2004, if you had a baby then, he or she is going to vote in this election. I knew that meant it was time. Right there is an example. So I want to thank all the town employees, all the department heads, past and present, and my colleagues who have been fantastic to me personally and to the town. I was lucky enough to serve with many people on that board, 3 of which have passed: Margaret McGilvery, Dan Holbrook, and who was the other one, Dan? Lars Johnson, I'm sorry, who did fine work for the town and have passed on. So I want to acknowledge their help along the way. So especially those departments that had to work through the pandemic. Those were probably 2 of the longest years of their life. Everybody who had to come in anyway, work anyway from home, and do the job when everyone else was safe at home. So I want to thank you for all that. I appreciate that immensely. I'd like to thank Frank Lynham, the former town administrator, he was there the bulk of the time that I was there, and he helped me immensely. And I want to really appreciate the fact that he was there for so long. And I want to thank Lori O'Brien, the administrative assistant in our office. She has done incredible work for us over the years, and I really appreciate that. So Lincoln, I wish you all the best. We've known each other a short time, and it's been a pleasure working with you, and I really appreciate that. So in closing, I want to just say this is not goodbye. I'm just going to be probably sitting in a different seat next year, harassing these folks, probably. But thank you again for all the support from the citizens and the taxpayers, because it's been an honor to serve as your selectman for 18 years. Thank you.
All right, now we'll Call the annual town meeting to order. Constable, account of the voters present, please. 237 voters, well exceeds our quorum of 50. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for the opening prayer. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now I'd like to introduce the Reverend Craig Roulette of South Shore Pentecostal Church, who will give us the opening prayer.
Good evening and thank you. Let's pray here. Lord Jesus, we ask you, Lord, to come into this meeting, to guide our hearts and our minds, to bring wisdom and judgment and understanding into the issues that are about to be discussed tonight. We ask you, Lord, especially to help us know that the impact of the decisions that we're making tonight reach beyond the week, beyond the day, beyond the year, will affect the community, affect the children to come. Give us wisdom and understanding that sometimes decisions that are easily made are difficult to reverse. So we ask you, Lord, to give us guidance by your Spirit and your wisdom here tonight. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you. And please remain standing for a moment of silence for the following town employees who passed in 2021. Joseph Foscolato from the Planning Board and an election official, Zilpha Gray, Whitman Public Library, Ann DeGrecci, Republican Town Committee, Janet Horkey, Whitman Cultural Council and the Whitman Hanson Regional School District, Robert Hammond, Whitman Animal Control Officer, Field Driver, Pest Control Inspector, Auxiliary Police Department and Regional School District, Jack Schneier, Whitman Police Department, Police Building Committee, Claims Agent, Fence Viewer, Keeper of the Lockup, 911 Coordinator, Constable, Council on Aging, Liquor License Inspection Agent, Ann Trotta, the Whitman Public Library and the Whitman Cultural Council, Robert Leach of the Whitman Fire Department, Louis Breyer of the Auxiliary Police Department, Barbara Alice Riddell, Building Department, Board of Registrars, Town Hall Police Building Committee, Agnes Pierce, the Regional School District, Jane Barrows of the Regional School District, Lars Johnson, Board of Selectmen, Historic Commission, Building Projects Committee, Mary Ploss, Whitman Public Library, an election official, and Rosalie Roddick, who served in the Selectman's Office, the Treasurer's Office, and the Accountant's Office. Thank you. And now if the tellers would please come forward to be sworn. Do you want to? You can use this if you want. If you want.
That's fine. Let's see. Raise your right hands, please. All right. Do you solemnly swear to perform your duties as town meeting tellers lawfully and impartially to the best of your ability, so help you God?
Yes.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. And now if the clerk would please read the warrant.
Plymouth SS to either the Constable of the Town of Whitman. Greetings. In the name of the Commonwealth, you are hereby directed to notify and warn the inhabitants of the Town of Whitman qualified to vote in elections and town affairs to meet in the Town Hall in said Whitman on Monday, the 2nd day of May, 2022 at 7:30 p.m., then and there to act upon the following articles. Article P1, sorry about that, through Article 50. Hang on a second. Sorry about that. And you are hereby directed to serve this warrant by posting up attested copies thereof in not less than 8 places, public places in town, 7 days at least before the day of said meeting. Hereof fail not, and make due the return of the warrant with your doings thereon to the town clerk at the time and place of holding said meetings given under our hands this 15th day of April 2022. Dr. Carl F. Kowalski, Chair. Daniel L. Salvucci, Vice Chair. Brian J. Bezanson. Randy G. LaMattina Jr., member. Justin R. Evans, member. Sorry, Brian J. Bezanson, clerk. I'm sorry, Brian. Warrant attestation. I hereby certify that by virtue of written warrant, I have posted 8 copies of said warrant in various sections of town with 2 copies in each precinct. Dated April 25th, 2022. Christine M. May Stafford, Constable. Thank you.
Thank you. Just some guidelines to go over procedurally as we begin here. All voters must be seated in the designated sections. Unless voted otherwise, all votes will be by voice vote. If I cannot tell or if the vote is immediately questioned by 5 voters, a standing count shall be taken. Budget line items in Article 2. We are voting on a consolidated budget, so packages with detailed breakdowns of each department budget are available at the back of the room, or you picked one up on the way in. We'll take a few minutes to study these line items, and then I will ask if there are any questions on budget line items in 10-line increments. If anyone has a question on a line item, please shout out question and that line number. And after we go through all of Article 2, I will reread the questioned items. All items that are not questioned will be voted on as the Finance Committee recommends in your handout. And once we do that, we will then go back and have a discussion and vote on each of the question line items. Massachusetts General Laws, Articles 1, 2, 3 of the Town Bylaws and Robert's Rules of Order govern the running of this town meeting. All amendments must be in writing and signed. Speaking procedures. If you wish to speak, please raise your hand. Be obvious. It's a large room. I can't see everybody. After being recognized, stand and go to the nearest microphone. There's a microphone in the balcony. There's a microphone here on the floor. There's one here at the podium. And state your name and your address. Please confine your comments to the articles or question that's on the floor. And you may not speak on the same question more than once until everyone who has not been heard has had a chance to speak. Thank you for attending. It's great to see a great turnout here tonight. This is important business that's essential to the function of our town. My goal here is to complete all business here tonight, and I ask that you remain for the duration of the meeting. In the event that we cannot finish tonight, I would ask that you return tomorrow night. I want to thank the Finance Committee, the group of folks who are sitting right up here in front. They put in many hours working with the town administrator, all the department heads, and others to study each of the articles that pertain to finances and give their thoughtful and considered recommendations on each to this meeting. The committee's recommendations on each applicable article are found in the warrant. They are volunteers who perform an essential service to our town. Please join me in thanking them for their service. Any questions regarding procedures tonight? All right, then we will get started. Do I have a motion for Article P1? And a second? Prior year fiscal bills. To see if the town will vote to pay the following fiscal year 2020 and 2021 bills from the free cash or take any other action relative thereto. Power Options, $550. Industrial Protection Services, LLC, $1,125. All One Health Resources Incorporated, $157.50. Motorola Solutions, Inc., $494. Stryker Medical, $7,201.76. Discussion. Yes, ma'am.
Don Byers, 20 Russell Road. Moderator, I support this article and have a question on the funding source of free cash. My question is, there are 20 articles tonight that we're funding by free cash, so I'd ask what the balance is in free cash to begin the night.
Mr. Heineman?
Good evening, Lincoln Heineman, the town administrator. Free cash, as certified by the State Department of Revenue this year, is $2,790,053.
If I may, if all articles are funded as recommended, what would be the remaining balance in free cash at the end of the night?
The remaining balance, hold on just one moment, I'm sorry. The remaining balance at the end of the evening, if all articles were voted as proposed, would be $569,999.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Other questions on P1? All right, seeing none. We need a 4/5 vote of the town meeting in order for this article to pass, so if the vote is not unanimous, we'll ask for a standing count. All in favor of Article P1, say yes. Yes. Opposed, no? Article P1 passes unanimously. Article P2, do I have a motion for P2? Motion. And a second. Public safety ballistic vest, to see if the town will vote to appropriate from free cash $60,319 to purchase ballistic vests for members of the police and fire departments, to take any other action relative thereto. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of Article P2, say yes. Yes. Opposed, no? Article P2 passes unanimously. Article P3, fiscal year 2022 budget adjustments. To see if the town will vote to transfer $3,000 from budget line legal services to budget line zoning board of appeals salaries, $20,000 from budget line employee health and life insurance to budget line building inspector's office salaries, $28,340 from budget line veteran services expenses to budget line fire salaries, and $10,000 from budget line veteran services expenses to budget line fire expenses. All of the June 2, 2021 annual town meeting, or take any other action relative thereto.
Second.
Discussion. Seeing none, all in favor of Article P3, say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Article P3 passes unanimously. Article P4, police collective bargaining contract, to see if the town will vote to approve a collective bargaining agreement between the town and the Whitman Police Union, Mass COP Local Number 494, for the period commencing July 1, 2021 through June 30, 2022, with cost items funded through monies appropriated as part of the fiscal year 2022 operating budget, or take any other action relative thereto. And we have a motion to second. Discussion. Seeing none, all in favor of Article P4, say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Article P4 passes unanimously. Article P5, Department of Public Works Building, to see if the town will vote to appropriate $1,098,100 to create shovel-ready architectural drawings so as to allow for the procurement of the new Department of Public Works Building to be located at 100 Essex Street. Said amount to be expended at the direction of the Whitman Public Works Building Committee or the town administrator. Said funds shall be used in part to hire an owner's project manager for the project and shall be appropriated as follows: $713,765,000 from water sewer retained earnings, $234,335 from free cash, and $150,000 from the capital stabilization fund, or take any other action relative thereto. We have a motion and a second. Discussion. Sir.
Just waiting for the PowerPoint. I'm sorry. I'm Ziad Carey with Environmental Partners Group. I'm an engineer who worked with the DPW on conceptual design.
Can't hear
Yeah.
him. Can't hear him.
Yeah.
Can't hear him.
Yeah, it's very difficult to hear you with the
okay.
mask on. I think you could
All right,
remove
let
the
me
mask
see
at
if
least
I-
while you're speaking, if you're okay with that.
Sure.
If you could just please identify yourself again, sir.
Yes, Ziad Carey. I'm an engineer with Environmental Partners Group. I was hired by the town about a year ago to do conceptual design for the DPW facility. So the existing facility on Essex Street is dated. It is beyond repair. And the driver behind this project is to put new facility to replace the old one. What you could see from the dotted lines, that's the proposed facility. It's about 175 by 100. The town had considered a 200 by 100, but for budget consideration, they reduced it down to 17,500 square feet. So the order of business, the old facility would be demolished. The utilities that run beneath the footprint of the buildings will be relocated, and a new facility would be constructed. Again, this is a conceptual design that we did discuss with the DPW. This would bring in all water, sewer, and highway under one roof. The colors are optional. Those are just colors, random colors at this point. But those are different views. This is if you're sitting on Essex looking into north into the building and the back side of the building as well. This is the back and the side, west side, east elevation and the north elevation. This is a basic building, so really it will comprise of structural steel and insulated panels. Again, it's 17,500 square feet. It has wash bays. It has storage, maintenance, and then again, all the DPW facilities under one roof. Now that the conceptual design is completed, the next step for the town would be to acquire an OPM, an owner's project manager. And from this point forward, the OPM will bring in the design engineer, and that would see it, the OPM will see this whole thing through construction, which is anticipated to be about 2 years. Thank you.
Any discussion of P5? Yes, ma'am.
I have a question. Has this
Would
building...
you please
gone-
identify yourself, ma'am?
Oh, I'm sorry. Cindy Landerville, 20 Harvard Street. I'm questioning whether anyone has looked into any grants for this building.
I'm sorry, any grass?
Grants.
Oh, grants. No.
No.
This is just the conceptual design at this point.
I realize that, but now I'm asking, because I didn't realize you were going to do a PowerPoint. I had a discussion.
Mr. Heineman.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So we're at the early stage of this project. Certainly, if there are any grants that may be available, we, the town, will aggressively seek them. At this time, there's no grants that we're aware of that would assist us in building a Department of Public Works building. But again, this is early in the process. These monies, if approved by town meeting, would allow for the project to move forward to, as Mr. Carey said, have an owner's project manager, have a shovel-ready design ready to go. And at that point, you know, we obviously continued throughout that process, but certainly towards the end of this interim process, continue to look for grants.
And do we have anyone in the town that would aggressively look for grants?
So certainly the two Department of Public Works superintendents, they're always have their eyes out for grants. We also are at the moment seeking a position to fill a position, part of which would be to be writing grants.
Sir.
Jerry Blumenthal, 50 Elm Place. My couple of questions. First one is, does this new building include the administrative offices?
It has an assembly room.
But not the administrative offices?
No.
While this building is being constructed and the old one is torn down, where will the equipment be maintained and stored?
They have other buildings that they could use, perhaps.
Perhaps?
Well, they have other buildings that have to kind of work with what they have. But they have other buildings, I mean...
Okay. Just as a follow-up to what the young lady said before me, is design build as an option to proceed with this being considered? Because that could be quite a money-saving option once you have the conceptual drawings done as you have.
I think the key here is the existing facility is just beyond repair. It really has to come down and then put the new facility in its place. Really, that's
No, that's fine. The last question I just asked was design build considered as an option for designing and building the building, which could save some substantial amount of money?
It is an option.
Mr.
Bruce
Martin?
Martin, 54 Park Ave, Highway Department Superintendent. Regards to your question about temporary facilities, we would still, right now we run our maintenance division out of the back garage, which will remain. We're going to keep that, so we would still be able to operate out of that. And there's in our initial estimates, we had costs figured in for temporary buildings for the employees, you know, like break room, trailers, storage facilities to put some equipment in that must be inside, but some of the equipment would be outside during the construction period. That can be.
Further discussion of P5.
So this one last one. This $1 million is just for the design and hiring of the architect and the project manager, not the actual construction of the building itself?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Further discussion of P5. right, seeing none, proceed to a vote on Article P5. Sir.
Thank you. Dick Blas, 24 Porter Street. I got a couple of questions regarding the proposed DPW building. The first being, $1,000,001 is, maybe this is a Finance Committee question. The money to build the actual DPW building, that if it gets approved by the town vote, is that going to be a debt exclusion? Is that coming out of free cash? What is the plan of the town?
Mr. Heineman.
So certainly we'd be aggressively pursuing grants, as I mentioned earlier. Further, seeing as how approximately 60% of the floor plan of the new building would be projected to be used by the Water and Sewer Department, and we have a healthy retained earnings balance in the Water Sewer Enterprise Fund. Certainly, I think there'd be an expectation that that would contribute to the final cost of the project. But after all those pieces are drawn down, yes, I think it's likely to assume that there will be some portion that is in a debt exclusion, general debt exclusion override.
Okay, so debt exclusion. So if the town does not vote at town meeting to appropriate the funds, then does the building still get built? Or what happens to the $1.1 million that town meeting just appropriated?
So this is to move the project forward. But no, if the eventual funding, full funding for the project included a debt exclusion and the town eventually did not vote for it, no, the building would not be built.
So we would effectively be wasting $1.1 million.
I wouldn't look at it that way. I would look at it moving the project forward. But indeed, if the eventual full cost of the project wasn't approved, the building wouldn't be built.
Okay. I'm not standing here to oppose the new DPW building. I'm just questioning the funding for it, and I've got concerns and really some problems with what we're doing here. Other questions about that. So if we spend this money right now, $1.1 million tonight, to when we do the final price tag of the DPW building, are we going to add this 1.1 back to that? So if it's going to cost another 10 or 11 million to build it, we'll actually appropriate or debt exclusion 12 million so that we can pay Paul back or pay Peter back from free cash and from retained earnings and things?
No. So the overall expectation of the project includes these monies this evening. And if these monies were appropriated by town meeting this evening, it would reduce the overall projected cost of the project.
Okay. Then I think one last comment. I just got my sewer bill a couple of months ago, and I paid it on time. And there was a letter in my sewer bill that said our sewer rates were having to go up. And I know that the sewer rates went up because we're going to be replacing the water main, I guess, on Auburn Street. But it sounds like we have an extra $735,000 in the sewer department budget. If we have an extra $735,000 in the sewer department budget, why is my water bill going up? Or why is my water sewer bill going up? That's not right. Also, yes, I understand the water department and sewer department are going to be using part of this, but I think it's fiscally irresponsible to take money from that department and put it toward a DPW capital project. It doesn't belong there. That's physically irresponsible. So I don't like the way that this is funded. I think the money should be paid back. and it shouldn't come out of these three budget or these three bank accounts. So, thank you.
Further discussion on Article P5? All right, then we'll proceed. Yep, sir.
Ron Nation, 123 Pleasant Street. I guess I have a question as to why we would, vote for the entire design of the buildings when we haven't even appropriated the money to build them. I'm in the engineering field, and a lot of times it's schematic design, design development, and the like. I guess my expectation would be if the funding would be to, say, a 50% level, essentially a design development level, and there is some pricing associated with that, and the funds are appropriated, then the funding for the additional design would typically follow. I guess I'm a little concerned with, funding 100% of the design, in addition to hiring an owner's project manager when we haven't allotted the funds to build the building. It just seems to be jumping a little bit ahead of the normal process.
Mr. Small?
Fred Small, 87 Hilltop Road. I also chair the Whitman Middle School Building Committee. We are at the mercy of MSBA or the state. They're the ones that dictate how we do a project. The first step in the project was securing the funds, similar to what we're doing here right now. Once we did that, we hired a project manager. We have done that as a committee. Now we're hiring a designer, and once the designer is hired, we will work with him or her, and we will come up with the best design at the proper pricing. Once that's done, then we come back to town meeting and we ask for the funds, because now we have an accurate barometer as to what it's going to cost us. I believe the DPW has laid the way. This is the right way to do this. It's proper, and Lord knows it's overdue. Thank you.
Mr. Lynham?
Frank Lynham, member of the DPW Building Committee. I have been through a number of projects with the town of Whitman, and in order to appreciate what's being presented to you today, you need to understand the ground rules. We will be operating under the Public Works Law, Chapter 149 of the Mass General Laws. Under that law, any building project done by any municipality that exceeds $2 million has to hire an owner project manager. And they cannot select a designer or architect until they hire an owner's project manager. So in order to start this process, and we have been looking at this since 2008, in order to start this process, we first have to get enough money to hire an OPM and to seek an architect to design the building. Once we have design plans and cost estimates, we can then come back to the town and present this project for ultimate approval and funding. As mentioned earlier, probably $7 to $8 million will be bonded. The rest of the money will be made available from available funds. And this is a project that's years and years overdue. When we started out looking at this building in 2007, we did a complete feasibility study. The project came back with a cost estimate of $15 million. We went back to the table, started a second review. We came up with approximately $11 million.
That passed at town meeting with 302 voters, 296 voted yes, 6 voted no. However, when we went to the ballot box, it failed. We didn't achieve a majority of votes. That was 2009, I believe. So here we are, 12 years later. We're still looking at an $11+ million price tag, but we're looking at less of a building because we have to make it affordable. The question becomes, when do we act? In order to get started, we need this appropriation to begin the process. And frankly, when we're done, I find it hard to conceptualize that the voters of Whitman will not support building an appropriate facility for our employees to work in and for our assets to be cared for. As far as the space and the building goes, the front building is what's going to be demolished. It's used, but not excessively right now. We will continue to keep the vehicles where they are in the back building. That building will ultimately probably become cold storage. That decision hasn't been made yet. However, we need the building, so please support the article. Thank you.
Further discussion on Article P5. Mr. Anderson.
Rick Anderson, 237 Stetson Street, Chairman of the Finance Committee. So good questions are raised about the fiscal responsibility of this article. This is something that has been studied for a number of years. As was mentioned, there is a building committee that has been established. The Finance Committee recommends unanimously supporting this article. We ask that you concur. Thank you.
Further discussion on P5. All right, seeing none, then we'll proceed to a vote. This does require a 2/3 vote to pass. All in favor of Article P5 say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Article P5 carries unanimously. Article P6, Community Preservation Reconciliation, to see if the town will vote to appropriate from fiscal year 2022 Community Preservation Fund estimated annual revenues, the amounts recommended by the Community Preservation Committee for the Committee Administrative Expenses, Community Preservation Projects, and other expenses in fiscal year 2023, with each item to be considered a separate appropriation. Appropriations from fiscal year 2022, estimated revenues for Committee Administrative Expenses, $9,000. Reserves from fiscal year 2022, estimated revenue for Historic Resource Reserve, $25,000. From fiscal year 2022, estimated revenues for Community Housing Reserve, $25,000. From fiscal year 2022, estimated revenues for Open Space Reserve, $25,000, or any other action relative thereto. Do I have a motion?
I have an amendment.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion. Mr. Salvucci.
Amendment.
So we have a motion to amend.
Yeah, my name.
We have a second. All right,
Okay.
discussion.
Name Dan Salvucci, Vice Chair of the Board of Selectmen, 34A Lance Ave. Just Mr. Selectman Evans is on the Preservation Act, Committee Act, so he'll explain what the situation is on it.
Mr. Evans.
Thank you. I'm just the liaison to the Preservation Committee.
Yes, sir.
I'm about to read the motion.
If you would, yes.
Right, so
yes.
It's a motion to amend the Article P6 to read, to see if the town will vote as recommended by the Community Preservation Committee to appropriate the town's fiscal year 2022 community preservation revenues for fiscal year 2023 as follows. Bullet 1, 10% of said revenues to be set aside for future appropriation for open space, other than open space for recreational use. Bullet 2, 10% of said revenues to be set aside for future appropriation for historic resources. 3, 10% of said revenues to be set aside for future appropriation for community housing. 4, 9,000 of said revenues to be used for administrative expenses. And 5, the remainder of said revenues to be set aside for future appropriation for any purposes permissible under the Community Preservation Act, Chapter 44B. Said funds are to be expended for the purposes of stated herein, within the scope proposed and approved by the Community Preservation Committee, and for the purposes approved by this town meeting, or to take any other action relative thereto. And the short summary is, after the town administrator spoke with council, eliminating the dollar values from the, rather than guessing at revenues, we're putting the limits as stated in the law at 10% for each of those purposes.
Discussion of the proposed amendment. All right, seeing none. All in favor of amending Article P6, say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Article P6 is amended. Discussion of the amended article. All right, seeing none, all in favor of Article P6 as amended, say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Article P6 passes unanimously. Before we move on to Article 1 here, I'd like to recognize that our Congressman, Stephen Lynch, has joined us, as our State Senator, Michael Brady. Thank you for your interest in our town. Article 1, annual town election, to see if the town will bring in their vote for the following town officers: 2 selectmen for 3 years, 1 assessor for 3 years, 2 PK-12 Whitman Hanson Regional School District committee members for 3 years, 2 Department of Public Works commissioners for 3 years, 2 public library trustees for 3 years, 1 public library trustee for 1 year to fill a vacancy, 1 planning board member for 5 years, 1 board of health member for 3 years, and to choose all other necessary officers. The polls for the election of officers will be opened at said town hall at 9 o'clock in the forenoon on said Saturday, the 21st day of May, 2022, and kept open until 5 o'clock in the evening, both of which days will constitute the annual meeting, and this call is issued in accordance with the vote of the town passed January 29, 1902. Do I have a motion? Motion and second. Discussion of Article 1? All in favor of Article 1 say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Article 1 is adopted unanimously. Article 2, to determine how much money the town will raise and appropriate for general government, protection of persons and property, health and sanitation, public works, veterans benefits, education, library, recreation, and unclassified as follows. And again, I will read these off in 10-line increments. If you have a question about any particular line item, please shout out question and the number you wish to question. When we get through all 35 lines, we will then vote on the unquestioned items according to the Finance Committee recommendation. We will then go back and visit each of the question line items individually and discuss and vote them individually. All right? Questions on line items 1 through 10?
Question 2.
Question 2. Question 8. Question 9. All right, lines 11 through 20.
14.
14. 13. 17. Lines 21 through 30. 21.
22.
22. Lines 31 through 35. All right, so I have the following line items questioned. Items 2, 8, 9, 13, 14, 17, 21, and 22. Are there others? All right, then we'll set those numbers aside, and we will have discussion now on, we'll have a vote now on the remaining town articles, the unquestioned town line items. According to the Finance Committee recommendation, that's the number we're voting here. All right? All in favor, say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Okay, that portion of Article 2 is adopted unanimously. Question on line item 2. Who had the question on 2? Question 2, Mrs. Salvucci.
Dan Salvucci, 34A Lance Ave. I'd like to amend that section of Article 2 from the number 318, 748 to 325, 508.
Okay, we have a motion to amend line item 2. And we have a second discussion of the amendment.
All right, the reason that we're amending it is the fact that when we had hired our new town administrator, we were looking to get an assistant town administrator, and that didn't happen. So we had a lot of extra work that needed to get done, and so Laurie O'Brien, who was the secretary, we made her the assistant to the town administrator. Well, not assistant town administrator, but administrative assistant. She had a lot more responsibility, working more than 40 hours in some weeks. So the Board of Selectmen decided to increase her salary because of the fact that we had money voted at town meeting for an assistant town administrator, which we never spent. So we voted to change her job description because of the increase in work that she had. Unbelievable amount. And what we did was we increased it, and then what we did was, because of that, that increase was not put on last year's number for Article 2. So it looks like $6,000 less than what she was getting paid. We just didn't get entered into the Article 2. Because that's what was entered, what was voted on. But the town administrator, as I say, the Board of Selectmen voted to increase the salary due to the fact of the increase in her job description. We changed the job title, which also changed her salary. Based on that salary, and you add where she works more hours than not, because she works 5 days a week. Sometimes she has to work on Saturdays to get some final things done, but she does it. No complaints. She's a non-union employee. She's just a weekly employee. That being said, that's why we asked for the increase of that amount up so that we can increase her salary up to $70,000 a year, because she deserves it. If you look at the same position in other areas of employment as an assistant to the administrator, they're getting more. But Laurie will do it for what we're asking her to do. And basically, that's why the increase is there.
Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So the Finance Committee, just for everyone's information, uses the 72-page detail budget that is available in the back of the room. So I think if you want to get the specific information for the recommendation for the amendment by Mr. Salvucci, you have to look at line 115 from the 122 Selectmen budget. So the town administrator proposed, and now it's the Selectmen's proposal, $70,000 for this particular salary line. So as Mr. Salvucci mentioned, this salary for this individual at town meeting was voted. Subsequent to town meeting, the Board of Selectmen met in an executive session to raise that individual's salary after town meeting. So it was a very long discussion we had regarding this article. The budget that was voted in 2022 was $53,770 for this particular salary line. The proposed salary was $70,000. That represented a 30.18% increase over the last year's budget. So, as I said, there was a significant discussion regarding this line item, and the motion from the Finance Committee was to recommend line 115 at $63,240, and that represents the difference that you are looking at in the amendment to this particular budget. So the Finance Committee recommends that this line and associating that to the consolidated budget and recommend that you vote to not accept the amendment and concur with the recommendations as printed in the warrant. Thank you.
Further discussion of the amendment. Yes, sir.
Bob Kimball, 877 Auburnville Way, Unit G1. if we increase the salary of this particular position, not the person, the position we should be talking about, are we still going to get an assistant town administrator? If you are, why are you increasing the salary of this one position?
Mr. Henderson.
So that's a very good question. I think that it should be recognized that the office of the Board of Selectmen and any associated individuals were taken into consideration collectively. And that is why we made the determination that this increase of 30% was not a fiscal responsible decision based on the fact that on the warrant, you're going to find that we're also funding a position for an assistant town administrator. In this committee does recognize the amount of work that this individual does in that position, but we feel that that additional work will be offset when and if town meeting votes to support the assistant town administrator's position. Thank you.
Mr. Heineman.
So, 2 points. It's been long recognized by this town that the work in the office of the Board of Selectmen and the town administrator requires 3 full-time employees, and it does. Over the past year, there was an effort to go and find an assistant town administrator. That effort did not resolve successfully. Right now, currently out on the street, there is a position advertised for a human resources, grants, and procurements manager. That position was advertised as such and is in this budget at a lower cost than the projected amount for the assistant town administrator position. Further, as Selectman Salvucci mentioned, the person in this position currently, the executive administrative assistant, has taken on more work and is amazing at her job. Frankly, when looking at the market and looking what's out there, we still, under this budget, really wouldn't be, really sort of are reaching the median or approaching the median for the level of work, the level of responsibility, and et cetera in this position. So overall, it is not a 30%. Overall, as you can see in Article 2, for the salaries in the Board of Selectmen and Town Administrator Office, it is a 2.4% increase under the Finance Committee's recommendation. It's slightly more under the Board of Selectmen's proposed budget, but nowhere near 30%. So again, I think the point here is there are 3 people's work there. There's been a recognition that we're going to change things around a little bit, appropriately pay the executive administrative assistant for the work that she does, the excellent work that she does, go out and seek a lower paid position than the assistant town administrator to do the third person's work that's in there. And at the end of the day, I think that one other piece that I want to build on Selectman Salvucci's points is that we went out and looked at the market for this position. And there's 2 things. One, as folks may recall, the Collins Center from a state agency went out and did a study back in 2019 that said, comparatively, what should certain positions be paid? This recommendation for the executive administrative assistant in fiscal year 2023 is right in line with the other positions in the class as identified by the Collins Center report. Secondly, as far as a comparative with other communities and this position in other communities, again, we're right in line, actually a little bit below what it should be when you compare ourselves to other like communities on the South Shore and throughout Massachusetts, but we're approaching that. And in the conversation regarding pay equity, I think this is a very important position to take into account. So, thank you.
Mr. Lynham.
Frank Lynham, 907 Bedford Street. I was involved in that office for many years. I retired in October of 2020. During the years that the assistant worked there, she took on significant additional responsibilities without compensation or recognition. And I fault myself for that as much as anyone else. This is not a clerical position. This is part of a management team. If you look at any similarly structured community, and I did a survey in 2021 when I was assisting in the transition to Mr. Heineman, 70,000 was the low point of the communities we surveyed. All we're looking to do, all the town should be looking to do, is to fairly compensate that position for the work and skills that are expected. And I ask you to support the amendment.
Further discussion of the motion to amend. Mr. Anderson.
So just one final thing. With the request to amend and increase, the dollar figure going from $63,240 as recommended by the Finance Committee within the detailed budget document, and as opposed to the $70,000 that would be realized if the amendment to change the consolidated budget is approved, would then represent a 10.7% increase for this position. So again, we have an obligation and a responsibility to make sure that we do what's best in the interest of the sustainability of the budget. And for that reason, we ask you to not support the amendment. Thank you very much.
Ma'am.
Cindy Landeville, 20 Harvard Street. So am I to understand that you want to take the money from the $100,000 we voted last year for an administrative assistant and compensate the, I'm confused here. We're voting another $100,000 in the budget here for an administrative assistant and we're giving money, or are we taking away from that $100,000 we already voted to compensate?
So this motion to amend really, as I realize it, has nothing to do with the assistant town administrator position. It has to do with the office administrative assistant for the Board of Selectmen. That's what this dollar figure represents. It has nothing to do with the assistant to the town administrator.
Okay, so can anyone answer while we're still under town administrator? Are we still voting another $100,000? What happened to that $100,000?
So
it's in there.
It's in there.
Why is it in here for proposed and Board of Selectmen again, and it's only minus $5,000?
The difference is only 7.
Right. So I can talk a little bit about that because it is part of the consolidated budget for this office. So the proposed dollar figure for that position from the original town administrator proposal was $105,000. So the Finance Committee initially recommended that position be funded at $91,000. So subsequent to that, we voted to reconsider in an effort to collaborate a little bit more with the Board of Selectmen and realize that it's difficult to, as was mentioned many times here before, there's a balance. To get and retain qualified people, we have to be looking nearer to the market value for the position. So the Finance Committee did vote to reconsider the initial vote and to recommend that particular line, which is line 133 in that detailed budget, to be $100,000.
Okay,
Does that answer your question?
Yes, but I have one comment. We are not Hanover, Norwell. We don't have the funds to keep up with the Joneses in other towns and other departments.
Point well taken. Thank you.
Mr. Lamatina.
Randy Lamatina, Selectman, 6 River Bird Circle. Well, I respect what Mr. Anderson has to say. What we've done within the Office of the Selectman is we've restructured. So basically, we went a year without having an ATA as hard as we tried. And if anybody watched that, it was done in the most fiscally responsible manner. We could just not come to contract, trying to get the best job we could for the town. What had happened was another employee picked up the slack. The Board of Selectmen has now realized that we have a long-standing employee who is committed to our town, who shows up to work every day, smile on her face, and does a fantastic job. So we have allocated different tasks to her. Like many of us, when our workload goes up, I don't think many of us go to work for free, but you want to be compensated, and we want to fairly compensate the employee for the extra work that she's doing. That being said, you will also see that last year we asked for, I believe, 105 for the ATA. We've now dropped that number because we've restructured. If you followed it, we are now, like Mr. Heineman said earlier, we're looking for somebody more grant writing specific, more HR. We're redefining that role. And yes, we've set that max at 100, but we're going to try to get the best deal for the town and collectively save money that way. It really is, we've put more responsibility on this employee, and she should be compensated for it.
Ma'am.
Elizabeth Murphy, Westwood Drive, and I am just wondering, the person in this position has hands-on training, clearly can handle herself in the office, is learning the position of a town administrative assistant. Has it been offered to her at the rate of pay that it would be if somebody was in a training position, and then you could create a lower paying position that she had started out in the beginning? I'm just wondering. I am exploring options because she sounds like she could take over if that was an option she was willing to explore.
Mr. Heineman?
I don't think it's appropriate to get into particular personnel issues on town meeting floor. I'll just reiterate that this is a very valued employee, that we underpay her, and this is an attempt to pay her, to approach to paying her properly for the excellent work that she does.
Further discussion of line item, the amendment to line item 2.
I suggest that we do not amend.
Any further discussion? Yes, ma'am.
Christy Zamani Toomey, 117 Washington Terrace. It sounds like we have an employee here who's dedicated, and it can be difficult to retain employees like that. And I think over $7,000, the town should do right by her and honor the amendment.
Further discussion of the motion to amend our line item 2. Move the vote. All right. All in favor of amending line item 2, say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. No. Line item 2 is amended. Discussion of the amended line item. Any discussion? All right. We'll move to vote. All in favor of line item 2 as amended, say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Line item 2 is amended and passed unanimously. Line item 8. Who had a question on 8? Yes, ma'am.
Tina Moniz, 20 Fox Hill Run. I just wanted to make it known that I speak for maybe all the people who came in after me tonight, which was quite a few considering the line, that many people don't have the detailed budgeted that keeps being brought up. I borrowed this from my neighbor. But I just wanted to make that known that you keep speaking of the detailed budget, but a lot of people are sitting here without this. I asked in the back, they said they didn't have any copies when I came in.
Mr. Heineman?
So there were more copies printed up at the front than folks here. I'm not sure where they all went, but they were there. And I would say also that the full detail has been posted online. But again, if you know, I guess we'll print more than 250 or so next time, so.
Other questions on line item 8? Seeing none, all in favor of line item 8, say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Line item 8 is approved unanimously. Line item 9. We have a motion to amend. Would you like to read it?
I'll go down.
We have a motion to amend line item 9.
Hi, good evening. Dawn Varley, 135 Washington Street. I'm also your town clerk and your chief election officio. I would like to amend Article 2, line 9, town clerk salary to read $86,115. Do I have a second? I guess a second.
We have a motion to amend. Do we have a second? Do we hear a second? We have a second. A discussion of the motion to amend line item 9.
I think Frank said point of order.
I am informed by town council that the motion to amend is out of order since it's outside the scope of the article.
I believe there's an article in Chapter 54 that says that the town clerk has to present her budget to the town meeting. It's the town collector and treasurer and the town clerk being an elected official. And actually, I did present the $86,000 to the FinCom. The FinCom voted on it. They were made well aware of the $86,115, and the Board of Selectmen has chosen not to recognize this change. It's on the line item budget as 86,115.
Mr. Heineman.
So, to be clear, as in the 72-page line item budget, the town clerk's request, while it was received in the Board of Selectmen's office only a few weeks ago, that request for her salary is there. Nevertheless, as the town clerk said, the Finance Committee voted a lesser amount, as did the Board of Selectmen, to be on the warrant. So, that's the answer.
The town council could perhaps give us an explanation.
So, Peter Sumners from Town Council's office. My opinion as to the scope of the article is that the number printed on the warrant sets the upper limit for the scope of any financial items on the warrant, and that is why I've given the opinion that the amendment is outside the scope of the article.
And I believe that they are wrong in not being transparent with you, because there is a Mass General Law that says elected officials, I'll repeat myself, town clerk, town treasurer, collector, are to bring their salaries to town meeting, and you're to vote on my salary because I'm an elected official. I brought the $86,115 to the Finance Committee. They voted on that number. Am I correct in asking you that? Not the lower number, but they voted to reject it, which is fine. But that was what was presented to them, and the Board of Selectmen decided not to change the department head's request on the itemized budget that you see in front of you until Friday, right before posting the warrant.
Well, our opinion from town council is that the motion's out of order, so we can't consider it.
But Mass General Law doesn't overrule the town council.
I'm going with the opinion of the town council.
Do you know, sir, or you're here? No? Federal. Mr. Brady, he would know maybe. Would you happen to know about the town clerk's pay? We have town council here that's saying that the town clerk does not present her budget to the registered voters.
Mr. Anderson?
I mean, we vote on what the finance
Mr. Anderson is recognized.
So, what Ms. Volley says is correct. The amount that she presented is on the, and I apologize for the individuals here that don't have the detailed budget. I think it's critically important to this meeting that you have all the information to make the most fiscally responsible decisions. And the 72-page backup is imperative to have for this. So I have a question for town council and ask, what makes this any different than the article, what was previously voted regarding the selectmen's budget? And I'll get that.
Mr. Summers.
Peter Sumner's Town Council's office. I also don't have a copy of the detailed warrant, but my opinion as to the number printed on Article, or number 2 of Article 2 is based, that was lawful because that number was printed on the warrant as the Board of Selectmen's proposal.
So just to clarify a little bit while we're waiting for town council, the recommendation from the finance committee for the detailed budget that affects this particular individual's salary is line 112, and the recommendation for the finance committee is $82,037. If we voted to recommend the amount that was recommended by the department, it would be in excess of an 11% raise. And again, what we are looking for is a sustainable budget, and to consider raises in excess of 11% is not going to get us there. So that's the only other thing I wanted to mention. Thank you.
Mr. Summers.
My opinion continues to be that the amendment is outside the scope of the warrant. The detailed budget is for informational purposes and does not constitute part of the warrant.
Mr. Moderator. No, I know. I'm just...
Right, the opinion of town council is that it is outside the scope of the article. So all in favor of Article 9 as printed in your warrant, say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Article 9 is adopted. Line item 9 is adopted as
They're not
as
being
printed in the warrant.
transparent, just so you know.
Question on number 13.
Point out. Did we vote on the amendment?
The amendment was out of order, so it wasn't considered.
Yeah, I just feel very upset that if I can raise the salary of one person, I cannot raise the salary of another person. Not that I would support it, but I didn't have the opportunity to vote on it.
Question on line item 13. Yes, ma'am.
Well, I'm the one who had the question on 13. No, I didn't have 13. I had 14. But to go back, I have 3 different figures for that last vote, okay?
I'm sorry, ma'am, we're on line item 13 now.
I have the non-detailed, and it says the Finance Committee is recommending $83,000. I have the detailed that says the Finance Committee...
We are on line item 13, ma'am. We have to proceed to line item 13. We have an opinion from town council, and that's what we have to go with.
Match.
Line item 13. Are there questions about 13? Seeing none, all in favor of line item 13, say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Line item 13 is adopted unanimously. Line item 14. Yes, ma'am. 14.
Okay, if I'm Cindy Landerville, 20 Harvard Street, if I'm to understand facilities, That is what Bob Curran has been taking on in addition to his building inspector job? Am I correct?
Mr. Heineman?
So this budget for the Facilities Department, as proposed by the Board of Selectmen, recommended by the Finance Committee, represents a reorganization of that department, as it does also in the further held item number 17. Bob Curran, our excellent facilities manager and building inspector, is retiring. He works now officially part-time in 2 full-time positions. He gets an incredible amount done in the very limited number of hours and time that he has. Nevertheless, this, with Bob's retirement, is the opportunity to take a look at what we're doing in these 2 departments and figure out if it makes sense for the town going forward. In the Facilities Department, this new proposed number would represent, for the first time ever, a full-time facilities manager for the town. Right now, Mr. Curran receives a very nominal stipend for that work, and frankly, again, the work that he gets done with the amount that he has paid for 2 part-time positions is remarkable. But on the same token, we right now have Mr. Curran as the facilities manager, part-time. We have one custodian who services all 7 buildings of town, and there is a part-time person who does maintenance, small repairs, painting, etc. All of them do a great job, but again, what is clear is that we as a town need a full-time facilities manager to help produce a appropriate capital budget and 5-year capital plan that actually genuinely reflects what the actual capital needs are for the town going forward, so that we can examine them in a more thoughtful and longer time period, and so that maybe most importantly we can have sufficient funds as a town to pay for those things and to plan for those items going forward. What this represents, again, for facilities, is a restructuring, creating a full-time facilities manager, having some, not a lot, but some additional monies so that that new full-time facilities manager can have input on what the department looks like going forward. I know, and again, as supported by the Board of Selectmen and the Finance Committee, that we need a full-time facilities manager. I want that person's input about what the department looks like going forward after that. So I hope that answers the question.
So this is a separate position from what Bob's been doing, dual positions, at $145,000 for salaries. How many people are involved in the salaries?
No, right, 3. So this envisions a maximum $75,000 salary, maximum, for the new full-time facilities manager, and then continues to include some monies for custodial work and maintenance work. Exactly how that's split up between positions, again, I want the input from the new facilities manager about what that department looks like. But it is 3 people's salaries, likely, certainly not 1.
Okay, and my next question, which I questioned, was, so is the increase, the 16.9% increase in the building inspector, is that to bring it from part-time to full-time? I know, but it's all connected. Frank?
Shall I answer the question on building inspector? Sure. So from the building inspector, yes. So that is, again, representation of bringing a part-time position to full-time. That, again, is a maximum figure. Again, we went out and did a market survey on that. Both a lot of folks have heard about the Madden report on finances. In addition, the most recent strategic plan, as adopted by the Board of Selectmen, represents that we need a full-time building inspector. Again, the work that Mr. Kern's done part-time is remarkable, but literally, in a pretty extensive market survey, we could not find one community of our size and our number of building permits that does not have a full-time building inspector.
I understand the full-time building inspector, but as far as this facilities person too, on top of it, because later in town meeting, you want money for a car for this facilities person. A vehicle.
That's true.
And I've got, and again, I came in last Thursday to get this warrant, and I did not get the detailed one. And I'll reiterate, figures aren't matching.
Other questions on line 14? Mr. Anderson.
I'd just like to follow up with you. Those two, 14 and 17, basically these were taken into consideration by the Finance Committee when they were making recommendations to support the Board of Selectmen and the Town Administrator to make the building inspector a full-time position, and as part of our long-term planning to get someone in there to do some capital, some planning as a facilities manager. It's long overdue. So we ask that you support the article. Thank you.
Move the vote. All in favor of line item 14, say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Line 14 passes unanimously. Line 17, question on 17. Yes,
I was
ma'am.
the one who had the question on 17.
Other questions on 17? All right, all in favor of line 17, say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Line 17 is adopted unanimously. Question on 21. Sir.
John Galvin, 41 High Street. Over the past year, I've been spending a lot of time in looking at the district's budget and working with several members of the district on a number of things. First of all, I want to say that the services covered in this budget are services that are needed. They are things that our children should be having and the teachers should all have. So I don't have any problem with the services that are in this budget. The problem that I have is the way that it's getting paid for. As mentioned just recently, a couple years ago, we had Mr. Madden come in, and Mr. Madden made several recommendations that we've implemented over the last couple years. And honestly, that's why, in my opinion, we're in a much better place today with our budget than we were a couple years ago. One of the things that Mr. Madden recommended was that the schools get no more than up to 5% an increase of what we get assessed. And technically, this budget does that. But what we don't see in this budget is all of the items that are getting funded outside of the budget. And what I mean by that, they're getting funded by grants or federal money or state money. And many of those items aren't even in the $58 million that we see in the budget. They are outside that. And there are several positions, many positions, in fact, that are getting funded by American Rescue Plan Act funds. It's a lot of money that are being used for operating expense. They're hiring support people that we do need. The problem is that next year, that money is gone. This document right here is document 16 on the budget. It's not in your packet there. This is on the district's website. This is the 5-year plan from the district. And this is the one that was approved on April 13th, I believe is when it was, when they recertified the budget. The business manager's prediction for next year on his 5-year plan is a deficit of almost $600,000 in this budget. What does that mean? That means when we get raised 5% in our assessment next year, and Hanson gets raised, and all the other grants that come in normally, we're going to be short almost $600,000. Where's that money going to come from? going to have to come from all of us. Or they're going to have to make a decision on possibly laying off many, many teachers and support people that they've hired this year. I'm actually not asking you not to vote for this. I just want it to be known and on record that next year when they come back and they're saying they cannot make level services, it's not because of the towns. It's because of the decisions that they've made to fund services this year that they don't have the money for next year.
Other discussion of line 21. Yes, sir.
Chris George, 4 Shelley Lane. I served on the same committee, and I just want to point out that the 5% number is an accurate number, but at that time, they told us that 5% number is a good number, but at some point, we were going to need an increase in funding outside of the normal increase to get to where we need to be. So at some point, it's going to come to a head. I think good planning has allowed us maybe not to be there yet, and that was kind of the point of why we got together. Did we need an override then? Did we need an override in 5 years? What was the idea, and how could we be fiscally responsible? But I will point out, elementary schools still do not have full-time librarians. My daughter is a sophomore in high school. Those were taken away when she was in 2nd grade. They still do not have full-time technology teachers. I don't know about you guys, but I'm on a computer every single day. Why are we not giving our kids the appropriate education? We do not have a language program in our middle school. We are the worst language program in all of the towns around us. We are barely getting, hopefully, full-day kindergarten. We are one of the last towns to implement tuition-free full-day kindergarten. At some point, it's going to come to a head, and at some point, we as a town will need to make a decision to go outside of that 5%. There's no room to cut it now. There's nothing left to cut.
Ma'am.
I have a question. Cindy Landeville, 20 Harvard Street. Does this figure represent the 1.5 million problem that we had with Hanson?
That's gone.
Mr. Small.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Fred Small, 87 Hilltop Road, also Whitman Hanson School Committee. Yes, that does reflect the statutory method of dividing the assessment.
We have a motion to move the vote. All in favor of Article 21, say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Article 21 is adopted unanimously. Question on line item 22. Line item 22. We have a question on 22? Okay. All in favor of line 22, say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Line 22 is adopted unanimously. Article 3, revolving fund limits, to see if the town will vote to authorize spending limits for fiscal year 2023 for the following revolving accounts approved under the town's bylaws or take any other action relative thereto. Animal control, $5,000. Council on Aging, $10,000. Library fines and fees, $20,000. Passport and photo fees, $3,000. Planning Board, $75,000. Police Department, $20,000. Recreation Department, $65,000. Street lighting receipts, $15,000. We have a motion. We have a motion and a second discussion of Article 3. Any question on 3? Seeing none, all in favor of Article 3, say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Article 3 is adopted unanimously. Article 4, appropriate excess levy to capital stabilization fund, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the difference between the levy net and the levy limit to the capital stabilization fund in accordance with Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 40, Section 5B, or take any other action relative thereto. We have a motion and a second discussion of Article 4. Seeing none, all in favor of Article 4 say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Article 4 is adopted unanimously. Article 5, non-mandated busing, to see if the town will vote to appropriate $216,059 from available funds and transmit such funds to the Whitman Hanson Regional School District to pay the cost of busing the town's Whitman Hanson Regional School District students who live less than 1.5 miles from the school they attend or take any other action relative thereto. We have a motion and a second. Discussion of Article 5. Seeing none, all in favor of Article 5 say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Article 5 is adopted unanimously. Article 6, accept Chapter 90 road grant monies to see if the town will vote to authorize the Board of Selectmen and the town administrator to accept such sums of money as may be distributed by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts through the Chapter 90 Highway Grant Program, so-called, funds to be expended by the Department of Public Works in accordance with the guidelines and requirements of the Massachusetts Highway Department, or take any other action relative thereto. We have a motion and a second. Discussion. Ms. Conley.
Rosemary Conley, 405 Franklin Street. When we made this vote on Finance Committee, we were told that all money is going to Chapter 90 approved roads. I want to clarify that that is still true. All of these money are going, they are not going to non-currently approved roads.
Mr. Martin.
Bruce Martin, 54 Park Ave, Highway Superintendent. Yes, any monies we spend through Chapter 90 will only go to roads that have been voted by the town to approved and registered with the state as approved roads.
Other discussion of Article 6. Ms. Conley.
It is accurate that it is not legal to use Chapter 90 money on non-approved roads, but this is free cash, I believe. So the free cash that's being used for these roads, are they for Chapter 90 roads? We were told that the paperwork was not being done. Will any of this money be being used on roads that are not Chapter 90 already accepted roads?
Will
any of this money be used to be fixing non-Chapter 90 approved roads?
Mr.
No.
Martin.
The short answer is no. And this isn't free cash. This is money that the state allocates to each town based on a formula, road miles, unemployment, and population. So it fluctuates from year to year. This year, it's 315, 549. We've been up to 323, but it's always around that same amount. We generally spend the money each year. Just for example, how far this money goes, last year we paved Winter Street, mill and paved and replaced, and that spent approximately $250,000, including replace. We spent $220 on Pleasant Street. So it doesn't go very far. We spend it, and we are seeking additional funds for road work later on tonight also.
Yes, ma'am.
Does Chapter 90 also cover resurfacing and sidewalk repairs?
Mr. Martin.
Yes, you can use Chapter 90 funds. They have a limited scope that you can spend the money on, and you have to seek approval from the state for any projects or any purchases. But you can buy equipment that's related to road work, such as excavators, front-end loaders of the such. We haven't done that in many years. We typically spend it all on roads, but you can spend it on granite work, sidewalk work, road work.
Other questions on Article 6? All in favor of Article 6, say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Article 6 is adopted unanimously. Article 7, water sewer tool truck, to see if the town will vote to appropriate $160,000 from water sewer retained earnings to purchase and equip a tool truck or take any other action relative thereto. A motion and a second. Discussion of Article 7. All right, all in favor of Article 7, say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Article 7 is adopted unanimously. Article 8, water sewer tow-behind generator, to see if the town will appropriate $42,000 from water sewer retained earnings to purchase and equip a tow-behind generator or take any other action relative thereto. Motion and a second. Discussion of Article 8. Yes, ma'am.
Do we have a tow-behind generator now?
Sir.
Dennis Smith, 250 Stetson Street. I'm the water superintendent. We do have a tow-behind generator now. It's a 1984. It still works. We use it. We just want to upgrade to something new, and we'll move the older one to more of a backup position. So trying to anticipate before the current one fails.
Other discussion of Article 8?
How much call do we have for the generator?
We have 17 pump stations. 5 of them currently have on-site generators, and we need this tow-behind generators to service those other stations during power outages.
Other discussion of Article 8? All right, all in favor of Article 8, say yes. Opposed, no. Article 8 is adopted unanimously. Article 9, the DPW front-end loader, to see if the town will vote to appropriate $201,333 from water sewer retained earnings and $100,666 from Chapter 90 funds to purchase and equip a front-end loader or take any other action relative thereto. We have a motion and a second. Discussion of 9. All in favor of Article 9, say yes. Opposed, no. Article 9 is adopted unanimously. Article 10, Highway Park 4x4 pickup truck, to see if the town will vote to appropriate $54,000 from free cash to purchase and equip a 4x4 pickup truck with a snowplow or take any other action relative thereto. We have a motion and a second. Discussion of Article 10. All in favor of Article 10, say yes. Opposed? I'm sorry. Opposed? Opposed? No.
I wanted to
the vote's underway, sir.
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, the vote's underway.
That's because you had your head down when I had my hand up.
I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand. I asked.
Because you had your head down. I'd like to talk about the article.
All right, I'll allow it. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you. Ron Nation, 123 Pleasant Street. Question relative to the purchase of the vehicles for free cash. Unlike Article 7, 8, and 9, which was from the retained earnings, which I assume was from sewer rate, sewer bills. With the free cash, if these funds are not expended, what ends up happening with the free cash? And my second question is, without I guess a decent DPW building, are this and, the equipment under Article 11 and possibly other articles, are they just going to be sitting outside, weathering and the like, and not being protected? So I guess my first question is, what happens if this article is voted down? What happens to the free cash?
Mr. Heineman.
When certified free cash as certified by the state is not used, it rolls over and is available for free cash in the future. I mentioned the free cash figure earlier this evening, and again, I'll reiterate that even if all articles that would use free cash are approved this evening, the town would have $569,999 in free cash at the end. That would be our starting free cash balance to be certified during fiscal year 2023. Superintendent Martin can answer further if he wants, but this vehicle is in desperately poor shape. It's undrivable, the one that it would be replacing. And regarding the question about vehicles being out of the weather, I'll let him answer that.
Mr. Martin.
So typically, we store all our vehicles inside as best we can. If we do start to build a new building and that front building comes down, we're looking at a year and a half or so from now. We'll try to squeeze everything into the back. We are going to have some temporary facilities, but yes, these vehicles may be parked outside in the weather while the new building gets built. I mean, we all park our pickup trucks and things outside every day. Not all of us have garages. A year isn't going to kill the vehicle. More importantly is the weekly or daily maintenance we do, especially in the winter when they're exposed to salt. That's how we got 19 years out of the pickup that we're looking to replace now.
Further discussion of Article 10? Shall we proceed to a vote? All in favor of Article 10 say yes. Opposed, no. Article 10 is adopted unanimously. Article 11, large dump truck, to see if the town will vote to appropriate $192,731 in free cash to purchase and equip a 39,000-pound GVW dump truck with snowplow or take any other action relative thereto. A motion and a second. Discussion of 11. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I have a question about the dump trucks. The past couple of years, we have been voting 3 trucks a year to the DPW, and now we've done even more. So what's the deal with this dump truck? Do we have a dump truck?
Mr. Martin?
So a quick history about our trucks. In 1999, the superintendent at the time, Mr. Pettinelli, had a bunch of built-up Chapter 90 money, which you can buy large trucks with. You can't buy pickup trucks with that. At the time, we were operating with a bunch of 1972s Internationals. He went out and literally bought a fleet of 1999s. At the time, it was great. We had a fleet of brand-new 1999 trucks. Now we have a fleet of 1999 trucks that we're trying to replace one at a time, specifically the trucks that go out salting. We may do 7 plow operations in a winter, but we may do 30 sanding operations, and the sanders, you know, they get the most wear and tear, the most rust on the frames. So we're weeding out the 1999 sanders. This truck will be a combination sander dump truck that we can use in the summer, but it's not limited to just the winter. We'll put on a slide-in sander body that we have. So.
Further discussion of Article 11. All right, we'll go to a vote then on 11. All in favor of Article 11, say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Article 11 is adopted unanimously. Article 12, street resurfacing, to see if the town will vote to appropriate $200,000 from free cash for the purpose of resurfacing and/or installing surface treatments, engineering services, granite purchases, and line painting various town streets, or take any other action relative thereto. We have a motion.
Question.
Motion and a second. Discussion, sir.
Sorry. Jerry Blumenthal, 50 Elm Place. The dollar amounts in Article 12 and Article 13, I wonder if those are amounts picked out of a hat are just determined to fit in the budget. Has anybody at the Highway Department actually done a condition survey of sidewalks and streets in town? Because there are some very poor sidewalks that wouldn't pass Architectural Access Board requirements. Massachusetts Architectural Access Board.
Mr. Martin.
So the main point of my question is, does there anybody at the department ever do a condition survey of roads and sidewalks throughout the town?
So we have a sidewalk survey that was done by a professional engineering company that assessed all the sidewalks in town, rated them, and then rated the areas that didn't have sidewalks if they should have them or not. So we have that. I conducted what they call a windshield survey of every street in town and ranked them by condition. That report's available like at any time. So it's cheaper than hiring a firm to go out and do detailed assessments of the road. I think I certainly am capable of going down the road and judging how poor the condition it is, and if it where it would rank compared to other parts of town. So this $200,000 we're asking for is certainly a number that is made to fit into the budget, but certainly we do have streets that are ranked poor to fair to good to very good, being the newer roads. And I agree, we have a lot of sidewalks in a rough shape. Whitman has more sidewalks than most surrounding towns. Every side street seems to have a sidewalk on one side, sometimes both sides. That was done in probably the 50s. So it's a big job to try to go ahead and repair all the sidewalks, but we try to pick out the ones that are most used, working from the center out and the school zones out.
I agree that, anybody at the department could inspect the sidewalks. You don't need to hire a special engineer. This has been a problem in town for all the years I've lived here, the poor conditions of road and sidewalks, and you keep appropriating these small amounts of money. I guess the other part of the question is, why haven't capital budget improvements, budget's been established for significant capital improvements to the sidewalks and roads that are in terrible condition?
Well, money's getting pulled in all different directions. We could certainly go ahead, try to do some kind of override where we ask for millions of dollars to go do our roads. But again, taxpayers are getting pulled in all different directions. We're trying to fund everything. We've taken some steps the last few years by asking for these extra road monies for sidewalks and streets, which this is really the third year that we've asked for that. And it's very helpful. It complements the Chapter 90 money.
Ms. Conley.
Did you need to respond to anything? No, it's okay. This will probably give a little clarity to why I asked about the Chapter 90 money. So I'm going to ask how much we got in Chapter 90 this year. Is it accurate to say that we got over $300,000 from the state in Chapter 90 money?
Correct.
Okay. So usually you would hope to see, we would have this $200,000 coming out of free cash, and we have another $100,000 out of free cash, which would be nice to see that coming out of Chapter 90. So I'm going to ask you, are any of these roads, because we've established that Chapter 90 money can't be used on roads that are not Chapter 90 roads, right? So we're using free cash on these. So I have to ask you, are any of these roads not Chapter 90 roads? Are any of these sidewalks or any of this money not eligible for Chapter 90? Is that why we're using it out of free cash?
Mr. Martin?
I would say, again, no, just based on what we have planned this year for these, if these funds were voted in, the 200 for roads and the 100 for sidewalks. You know, this year with our Chapter 90 money, we plan on paving Auburn Street from School Street to Washington Street. The other end's having a major construction job. It will get paved when that job is done. Auburn Street's the last main road in town that really is in very poor shape. So we need to take care of that. That's going to take about over $400,000. We're allocating $100,000 of Chapter 90 money this year to help pay for that front end loader. So that leaves us with $215,000. This $200,000 that we're asking for will help pay for Auburn Street, and the $100,000 in sidewalk, we're looking at a major sidewalk job on Washington Street from around Dewey Ave on Washington Street coming back towards the center, which is a major disrepair. It's heavily trafficked, and that would probably eat up the sidewalk money.
Thank you.
Mr. Heineman.
Very briefly, 2 points. One, the Department of Public Works Commissioners and Superintendent Martin had requested in Article 12 $100,000 and Article 13 $50,000. They were increased because of the recognition that we do need to do something about our streets, that we do have streets that need to be fixed, and we want to, and when we're able to, and still be judicious financially, we want to make some investments in that. One other piece is that we do want to absolutely include the number of miles of, or increase the number of miles of streets that are Chapter 90 eligible, so that we can increase that $315,000 a year that we get from Chapter 90. That's a complex process. It's something that Superintendent Martin and I have talked about, and we're definitely going to kick into high gear over the coming year to maximize that. But it's important to keep in mind that the streets in Whitman aren't that long. It's based primarily on mileage, and as he said, unemployment. We can maximize our Chapter 90, but it's still not going to be enough to fully do what we need to do with our roads. So,
ma'am.
So in the Chapter 90 money, how often, I assume it comes in once a year fiscal? Based on a fiscal year?
correct.
Further discussion of Article 12. All in favor of Article 12, say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Article 12 is adopted unanimously. Article 13, sidewalk repair. To see if the town will vote to appropriate $100,000 from free cash for the purpose of repairing, replacing, or installing sidewalks on various town streets, or take any other action relative thereto. Motion is second. Discussion of Article 13. Sir.
Robert Valancourt, 877 Auburnville Way, Unit G2. In installing sidewalks, right now I live in Auburnville Way, and trying to walk up 14 is a pain in the butt. There's no sidewalk until we get to Hogg Memorial. Plus now Egan is putting more condos in front, plus he's at Captain Ellen Way, and there's no sidewalks from there. People are walking on the side of the street a lot more now. Traffic is, they come around the corner and sometimes they don't see it. Are they going to install sidewalks when they put that 100,000? Or are they going to do that at another time?
Mr. Martin?
I certainly understand how there is a need for sidewalks on several main roads in town. Plymouth Street is one, Auburn Street, obviously with the new building going on up there. The $100,000 that we're asking for sidewalks this year is the project that I stated earlier to repair the sidewalks on Washington Street coming off the center. Obviously, putting a sidewalk on Auburn Street all the way down to the Hogs would be a lot more money than that. And, some maybe we could address in the future, but this $100,000 unfortunately isn't going to that.
Other questions on Article 13? All in favor of Article 13 say yes. Opposed, no. Article 13 is adopted unanimously. Article 14, information technology upgrades. To see if the town will vote to appropriate $25,000 from free cash for information technology upgrades, including Microsoft Office Pro Plus licenses, Surface tablets for police cruisers, and network switches, or take any other action relative thereto. We have a motion and a second. Discussion of 14. All in favor of Article 14 say yes. Opposed, no. Article 14 is adopted unanimously. Article 15, Town Park Security Cameras. To see if the town will vote to appropriate $50,000 in free cash to purchase and equip security cameras for the town park or take any other action relative thereto. We have a motion and a second. Discussion of 15. Sir.
Christopher Diorio, 847 Washington Street. Questions about the cameras that we're intending to purchase. A, who's going to be monitoring these cameras? Is this going to be constantly monitored, and who's going to be doing it? B, are these recordings going to be stored and for how long? C, are these fixed view cameras and where are they going to be located, or are they panoramic that they can be used to be turned around to look at homes nearby the park? I think this is a vast potential invasion of privacy for individuals. If it's meant to deter problems at the park, so be it. But I think this, depending on the type of equipment that we're looking at, there is a potential for misuse of this technology.
Chief Hanlon.
Timothy Hanlon, 55 Indian Trail, and your police chief. We have a number of cameras at the station, inside the station, outside the station. They monitor our comings and goings. They also monitor the exterior of the building for our safety. You're on camera maybe right now if the cameras are pointing at you. There is no expectation of privacy out in public anymore. So cameras in the park basically are meant to at least help us deter crimes from happening. If you've watched the news recently, Downtown Crossing, what's happening up there, right? Kids acting up and causing problems. So that's not the reason for the cameras. For me, it would be if a child got abducted, we would want video of that. I can tell you they could be monitored 24/7. In practice, that does not happen. We would look at them when we need to. Doesn't mean we couldn't, doesn't mean something might catch our attention. We have other cameras that we're looking at that have to do with the station, people coming and going. So we don't have the resources to just have somebody up there monitoring that all the time. So if you think someone can't just whip out their cell phone and start recording anyone at the park, you're wrong. That's the wrong day and age, okay? So also with the advent of potentially body-worn cameras for the police, everything we do is going to be on camera, and everything that is done and who we interact with potentially. That still has to be worked out on a lot of facets. That's why we don't have them right now. As to where they're going to go and how they're going to be placed and everything else, I'm going to leave that up to the information technology.
Mr. McNeil.
Josh McNeil, 136 Captain Allen Way, the IT director for the town of Whitman. Thank you, Chief. So we have a total of potentially 5 cameras that would be installed in various locations in the park, some of the prime areas, such as the pool, the bandstand, the baseball field, the basketball courts, areas that the Department of Public Works as well as the Police Department have shown some issues in those areas. The cameras would be 360 cameras, so they're basically looking in on all different directions to try to save us. Instead of installing 15 to 20 cameras to cover the entire park, we're trying to obviously do the best we can to save money and only install cameras where we need them to cover the appropriate areas. From the retention standpoint, we'd obviously follow any state guidelines as far as public record laws are concerned in order to retain the appropriate material. I wouldn't anticipate more than potentially 7 days. If something does happen, I'd have to, I don't want to assume, but we should be able to refer back to the video or footage that is necessary and be able to retain that for future use or later, viewing if we need to. The actual video would be overwritten automatically, when that retention period is up. So, if there's any additional questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them. But I think unless Mr. Hyman has any further.
Other questions on 15?
So the position of the police force is that we don't have any privacy, so we should just go ahead and give it up anyway.
Chief Hanlon.
My position is if you think you're not being recorded at any given time, that's false. Ring cameras at addresses, if you drive by, you're on camera a lot more than you probably realize you are. You're not giving up any rights or anything else, but by the same token, they're there. Could be a business that you might frequent, has them outside. You may or may not know they're there, but you're on camera. So that's the world we live in now.
Any other comments on 15? Yes, sir. Could you please come to a microphone, sir?
Good evening. I'm going to echo everything Mr. DiOrio
Could you
said.
identify yourself, please?
Brandon Griffin, 176 Temple Street.
Thank you.
I'm going to echo everything Mr. DiOrio said and ask a question, or it's a comment in response to the chief. Cell phones, business cameras, those aren't state property. There's a line. If you're going to be filming people in the park at the expense of 50 grand for 5 cameras, panoramically, that's going to include street, cars, kids in the playground, and seriously, do we really need this? Come on.
Chief? You want sir?
Yeah, hi, Kevin Lynham, 909 Bedford Street. So if you're out in the public, people can see you in the park. You're not in private. That's public view. Okay, the cameras are just a memorialization of something that's an obvious fact. People can see you when you're out there. On the other hand, if you have kids who try to swim in the pool and suddenly show up that day and there's shards of glass in the pool because somebody smashed something and now you can't use it, that seems something that affects the public far more than people who don't want, the fact that they walk through the park not recorded once in a while. So, thank you.
Other discussion of 15? All right, there's seeing none. All in favor of Article 15, say yes. Oh, do we have, I'm sorry, Bam, go ahead, sorry. It's a big room.
Hi, Marie Layla from 187 Auburn Street. Chief and Josh, and DPW, those of you who are in the park and are being called to respond and called to repair some of the damage that's being done in there, could you give us a guesstimate of what kind of money that costs versus, we're talking $50,000. Is that going to save us money? I think it will. I think we're doing a lot of work, Bruce, to make sure.
I can't speak to the dollar amount. What I can speak to is there is an uptick in assaults in the park. So that's what we're trying to combat.
Mr. Martin?
Bruce Martin, 54 Park Ave. Highway and Park and Tree Superintendent. So part of our job is the maintenance of the park on a daily basis. and I would hope that the meeting would support this. We certainly have vandalism issues. We spend money on painting the basketball court. We spend money all the time. Trash barrels get lit on fire, graffiti. It may seem like small things, but it adds up. The playground gets damaged. We have a $3,000 swing that's out of service right now because we're waiting for that to come in. And, you know, that was vandalism. That didn't just wear out. It was vandalized by, you know, kids that were too big for it. But it'd be nice to hold people accountable for some of these things.
Motion to move the vote. All in favor of Article 15, say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. No. Article 15 is adopted. Article 16, Fire Department Kitchen. To see if the town will vote to appropriate $40,000 from free cash to pay for the cost of remodeling the kitchen at the Fire Department headquarters or take any other action relative thereto. We have a motion and a second. Ma'am.
Did this go out for bid? Where did the 40,000 figure come from? And who's the contractor? Are they licensed to do it?
Chief?
Tim Clancy, 21 Bloss Road, Fire Chief. Nothing's gone out to bid. This is preliminary to remodel the kitchen. Currently, the kitchen is of 2001 vintage. When we did the remodel in 2001, we currently use residential appliances, which we replace regularly, yearly almost. This would move forward to go out to bid eventually, but to buy commercial-grade appliances, because the appliances are used 24 hours a day, up to 3 meals a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. I'm trying to alleviate the cost of replacing appliances multiple times each year.
So this is 40,000 for commercial appliances.
For commercial appliances and a remodel. That part of the building is 1901 vintage. We may find some problems, and that's where the additional money will go to.
So again, I'm confused why it doesn't go out to bid.
It will go out to bid when the money's appropriated. There's no money to go out to bid at this time.
Other questions on 16? All in favor of Article 16, say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Article 16 is adopted unanimously. Article 17, police vehicle. To see if the town will vote to appropriate $62,620 from free cash to purchase and equip one police vehicle or take any other action relative thereto. We have a motion and a second. Discussion of 17. All right, all in favor of Article 17, say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Article 17 is adopted unanimously. Article 18, Police Department boilers. To see if the town will vote to appropriate $48,500 from free cash to replace and equip 2 boilers at the Police Department headquarters or take any other action relative thereto. We have a motion and a second. Discussion of 18. Yes, ma'am.
Will these be replaced with steel or cast iron? Neither.
They're electronic boilers.
Mr. Curran.
Robert Curran, 5 Angelina Drive, Building Commissioner. There'll be new technology stainless steel boilers. The only reason they're doing this is because the boilers they have are an off-brand, and you can't get anybody to service them. So they'll get a more popular brand that's serviced locally, and that will, overall, will save a lot of money. So these should last about 25 years, as long as they're maintained.
Other discussion of Article 18. All right, then, all in favor of Article 18, say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Article 18 is adopted unanimously. Article 19, Facilities Department pickup truck. To see if the town will vote to appropriate $55,000 from free cash to purchase and equip a pickup truck for the Facilities Department or take any other action relative thereto. A motion and a second. Discussion of 19. Seeing none, all in favor of Article 19, say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Article 19 is adopted unanimously. Article 20, new Conley School playground. To see if the town will vote to appropriate $250,000 from free cash to purchase and equip new equipment for the pre-kindergarten and kindergarten playground at the Conley School Courtyard or take any other action relative thereto. We have a motion and a second. Mr. Salvucci.
Okay. I just have a question. I'm not, Dan Salvucci, 34A Lance Ave. I'm not saying we don't need the playgrounds, but I'm looking at Articles 20, 21, and 22. That are 3 playgrounds of about $500,000. My question is, I know the playgrounds are around 20 years old, you're saying? Bruce, how old is our playground in the town park, the one that we have now? Huh? I can't. Around 20, same amount of time. Can you conceivably see us spending, say, 1/3 of that, you know, 250,000 or 200,000 to repair our park playground? The question I'm having is, over the years, as something breaks, are the schools repairing what's breaking, or are they just, if it's yes, then why do we need brand new ones when we don't need one in the park? We repair it on a regular basis. Please let me finish, then you can come up. We repair on a regular basis. I am just saying, no, if we need them, we need them. But I don't want to be spending $500,000 on 3 playgrounds, and then down the line, we're going to be spending $1 million on 3 more playgrounds because they're not maintained, like ours are in the park. I did see pictures of them. Somebody put them on Facebook. Yes, they need some work. But to not, I mean, to repair them little at a time, are they being repaired efficiently? That's all I got to say.
Mr. Small.
Fred Small, 87 Hilltop Road, Whitman Hanson School Committee, Whitman Hanson Facilities Subcommittee. These playgrounds are repaired. What perhaps Mr. Salvucci is neglecting to say is you have different materials, and different materials respond differently over the years. I don't profess to know what our town park is made of, but the wrought iron or the raw iron that's underneath our playground that is rotting away, it makes it a real simple choice. It's no good. Those playgrounds are inspected because we want to make sure they're safe for our kids. Okay? These aren't safe any longer. And I'm speaking to the next 3 articles. They're not safe. They need to be replaced. You wouldn't do that in your home. You know, why does one person's railing not rot and another person's does? I don't know. Okay, but I do know that ours are rotted, they're not safe, and they need to be replaced, and I urge everyone, please, we owe it to our kids to give them a place to play. Thank you.
Ms. Conley.
Thank you. This is just a quick question for the DPW. We gave you, for the town park last year, we voted in $29, almost $30,000 just to do an upkeep. Have you had other large sums of money like that over the years to fix this? I know that hasn't even been used, and it still looks like it's in better condition than the Duval playground. So I want to know, looking over the years, I think you probably have already spent in upkeep similar to what they're asking for.
Mr. Martin.
You spent $30,000?
Please be recognized.
Okay. I guess my point is that this isn't an unreasonable amount to ask, particularly when we have $30,000 going towards the town playground. It hasn't been spent as of 2 weeks ago when I double-checked on it. And the condition of the park is in better condition than the Duval. The Duval is, I believe, threat to life. I think that was what it had. Yeah, correct. Okay. Thank you.
Question was?
How much was, the question was, how much over the years, say the past 20 years, could you guesstimate, excluding this 20,000 that's still waiting to keep up, have you been paying towards that playground? Do you regularly?
I really couldn't put a number on it. We do routine things like add wood chips, replace nuts and bolts, small things like that. Some years we've replaced simple, something like the fire engine that the kids can bounce back and forth on. I can tell you that's $900 every time that gets broken. So they're very expensive equipment to maintain and replace when they get broken.
Yeah, and it's never been threat to life. It's never been at a state that it was a threat to life, correct?
We had a professional inspection done on the playground before we asked for this, the funds to repair it. And in some cases, they refer to, I don't know, threat to life, but injuries could happen if the rubber's worn off and there's bare steel and things like that. And I think those were reflected in some of the pictures.
Yeah, I'm not saying that I think all the playgrounds should be fixed. I'm just trying to make it clear that this isn't unreasonable.
Mr. Small.
I just don't want anyone to think that we don't repair our playgrounds and that we don't maintain them. We do. We also have them inspected, and that's what spurned on the replacement. It was recommended by professional outside companies that these playgrounds need to be replaced. They have no skin in the game. They're there to just inspect them. Thank you.
Ma'am.
So am I to understand that Article 20 wants $250,000 for equipment for a pre-K and kindergarten playground, and then the next article wants an additional $50,000 for Conley playground?
Mr. Small.
Why is there two playgrounds?
Two separate playgrounds. The first one is inside a courtyard, and it's actually for kindergartners, not pre-K. We don't have pre-K there any longer, but the one that it'll be replacing was a pre-K. And the other one is outside. That one does not have to be replaced now, but it does need repairs, and being conscientious and proper, we are asking for those monies to repair them.
And how much use do you anticipate from pre-K and kindergarten during their short period in school to get to use these?
Every day. Every day, all the time at recess. The kids love them, and heck, if I was a little smaller, I'd probably be out there with them trying.
Mr. Evans.
Tom Evans, 68 Temple Street. Talking about what we do before, or how do we repair, and do we spend money on this? I spent 20 years as a principal in this town, and every month I inspected the playground equipment along with the rest of the building. If you think for a minute that the people you put in charge of your children are going to let them go on safe equipment, you're mistaken. That's the first point. Trust the people who work for your kids. Second, the evaluation that has been done by the subcommittee that Fred referred to is very, very thorough. The most important thing I want to say is I want this to be addressed to all three of the playgrounds, because particularly the Duval, that footprint is really relatively small, and if you didn't have a playground there, it would be chaos. It would be absolute chaos. And the same goes for the equipment of the other school. Equitable and safe equipment is a right for all our kids. Please consider this and vote for the amendment.
Ma'am.
Hi, I'm Heather Clough, 154 Beulah Street, and I'd like to bring to the point that none of these playgrounds at the elementary schools are accessible for the kids who have special needs, like being in a wheelchair, and these new playgrounds will allow them to play with their typical peers, which is so important.
Ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I will in a minute. Kelly Melito, 5 Butternut Lane in Whitman. I just want to point out that the playground on the kindergarten courtyard is actually the refurbished Park Avenue playground that the kids that once attended Park Ave used, and they're now all graduated from college, and that playground has not been touched since then.
Any other discussion on Article 20? Right, all in favor of Article 20, say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Article 20 is adopted unanimously. Article 21, Conley School Playground Repair. To see if the town will vote to appropriate $50,000 from free cash to repair and retrofit the Conley School Playground or take any other action relative thereto. A motion is second. Discussion of 21. All in favor of Article 21, say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Article 21 is adopted unanimously. Article 22, New Duval School Playground. To see if the town will vote to appropriate $235,000 from Article 15 of the December 11, 2017 special town meeting, Duval School roof, and $165,000 in free cash to purchase and equip a new playground at the Duval School. Will take any other action relative thereto. We need to motion first to consider the article. We have motion and a second.
Motion to amend.
Mr. Otina.
Marshall Latina, 100 Lazel Street, also the PTO president over at Duval. Mr. Moderator, in order to fully fund the new playground at the Duval School, I propose that Article 22 be amended to read, to see if the town will vote to appropriate $235,000 from Article 15 of the December 11, 2017 special town meeting Duval School roof and $226,318 from free cash to purchase and equip a new playground at the Duval School or take any other action relative thereto.
Do we have a second? We have a second. Discussion of the motion to amend.
So the initial total of $400,000 requested by the Whitman Hanson Regional School Committee was made before any proposals were seen. This new total remains a significant savings from the $500,000 estimate made by Playground Inspections of New England upon their inspection of the Duval Playground in October of 2021. The inspection noted several hazards whose severity ranged as high as potential loss of life and permanent injury. The new playground that we have proposed, detailed in our plans, represents the culmination of more than 4 years of planning and coordination between Duval staff, administration, and parents. This is a playground which is ADA compliant and which will fully serve the needs of the entire Duval population, grades K through 5 for years to come. We have one playground at Duval. We don't have a green space back there. We're adding that. We don't have accessible features for students with significant needs. This adds that. We're still asking for less than free cash, and we are contributing of our own equity from the Duval School roof that project has been tabled. I'm asking for the town to match us.
Point of order. And we have agreement from town council this exceeds the scope of the warrant. So therefore, the amendment is out of order. Any other comment on Article 22? Fred? Are you a registered voter in the town, miss? Yes. Okay, good. Go ahead.
Sarah Byers, 20 Russell Road. I'm 18 years old. This is my first town meeting, and I support this amendment for a new playground. I was in 3rd grade when I moved to Whitman and attended Duval School. The teachers would tell us not to play on some of the equipment because it was dangerous. It was 2011. I am so excited to be here tonight and vote in favor of the safety of all the kids. Vote yes on the amendment and yes on 22.
Mr. Small?
Fred Small, 87 Hilltop Road, Whitman Hanson School Committee, Whitman Facility Subcommittee. I support everything that has been said so far in support of this and everything that Mr. Otina said, with the exception of amending the dollar amounts. And one thing that has come to light very, very recently, as a matter of fact today, there is about $60,000 within the proposal, and it's about the same amount of money as we're looking to amend, that the DPW from Whitman, who, just in case anyone doesn't know, and I'm sorry to take up your time, I know it's late, I'll be quick, they are a great partner to the regional school district. When we needed help on our driveway, they were there for us. When we need help in front of the Duval School to replace a sidewalk, they're there for us. Middle school, they're there for us. They never fail to answer the call when we need help. They will be able to do the excavation on this project, which is listed out at $60,000. You wipe that right off, and we're there. The amounts that we're requesting are exactly what we need. So that's why I'm urging you to vote for this project, but against the amendment.
There is no vote on the amendment. The amendment's out of order.
Oh.
If town council would like to contribute an opinion, we'd be glad to hear from them.
I thought it was...
Hi, Peter Sumners from Town Council's office. It's my opinion that the amendment is outside the scope of the warrant because it exceeds the number on the warrant.
Other discussion of Article 22? All in favor of Article 22 say yes. Opposed, no. Article 22 is adopted unanimously. Article 23, high school roadway faculty parking lot replacement. To see if the town will vote to appropriate $180,000, 60% of the total cost of $300,000 from free cash to pay Whitman's share of the cost to replace the high school's main roadway up to the faculty parking lot or take any other action relative thereto. A motion and a second. Discussion of Article 23. Any discussion of 23? Seeing none, all in favor of 23 say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Article 23 is adopted unanimously. Article 24, Whitman Middle School fans and HVAC upgrade. To see if the town will vote to appropriate $100,000 in free cash to purchase ceiling fans for the middle school gymnasiums and retrofit existing HVAC system or take any other action relative thereto. A motion and a second. Discussion of 24. All in favor of Article 24 say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Article 24 is adopted unanimously. Article 25, Conley School fans. To see if the town will vote to appropriate $45,000 in free cash to purchase ceiling fans for the Conley School cafeteria and gymnasium or take any other action relative thereto. We have a motion and a second. Discussion of 25. All in favor of 25 say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Article 25 is adopted unanimously. Article 26, school district pickup trucks. To see if the town will vote to appropriate $78,780, 60.6% of the total cost of $130,000 from free cash to pay Whitman's share of the cost of two F-250 pickup trucks with plows and sanding equipment or take any other action relative thereto. We have a motion and a second. Discussion. All in favor of Article 26? I'm sorry, ma'am, go ahead.
Does the district have trucks already? Sanding trucks and everything else? They just got through telling us that the DPW comes to the rescue.
Mr. Small.
Fred Small, Whitman Hanson School Committee, 87 Hilltop Road. Yes, we have trucks. The trucks that we last purchased were in 2012. That's what we're looking to supplement. They are in, they're showing their age, so to speak. You know, they're in the salt. They have plows on them. That's what we use primarily for our plowing, etc. So we are in dire need of trucks.
So is this just for the high school? Is this for all?
It's for the district itself, so they plow all the schools.
Okay, so the DPW is not in there plowing and sanding and salting?
That's correct.
Other questions on 26? All in favor of Article 26 say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Article 26 is adopted unanimously. Article 27, high school HVAC evaluation. To see if the town will vote to appropriate $6,060, 60.6% of the total cost of $10,000 from free cash to pay Whitman's share of the cost of evaluating the 10 rooftop HVAC units at the high school or take any other action relative thereto. I have a motion and a second. Discussion of 27. All right, all in favor of Article 27 say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Article 27 is adopted unanimously. Article 28, high school rooftop HVAC unit drive replacement. To see if the town will vote to appropriate $13,181, 60.6% of the total cost of $21,750 from free cash to pay Whitman's share of the cost of replacing the high school rooftop HVAC unit drives or take any other action relative thereto. Motion and a second. Do we have discussion of Article 28? Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we just voted $6,000 to evaluate. Now we're voting $13,000 to replace the unit drives?
Mr. Small.
Fred Small, Whitman Hanson School Committee, 87 Hilltop Road. What we are replacing is something that has failed. The overall HVAC study that we approved, that's going to go into the boilers, etc. This is a rooftop unit that has failed. It froze up in the wintertime. There's no other choice but to replace it.
Okay, so the $6,000 is just to evaluate the condition of?
We're going to be evaluating all of our energy conditions with an eye toward being more energy efficient and saving funds and assessing all our needs.
Other discussion of 28. All in favor of Article 28 say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Article 28 is adopted unanimously. Article 29, community preservation. To see if the town will vote to appropriate or reserve from fiscal year 2023 Community Preservation Fund estimated annual revenues in the amounts recommended by the Community Preservation Committee for committee administrative expenses, community preservation projects, and other expenses in fiscal year 2023, with each item being considered a separate appropriation. Appropriations from fiscal year 2023, estimated revenues from the committee administrative expenses, a sum of money not to exceed 5% of the fiscal year 2023 estimated revenues. Reserves from fiscal year 2023, estimated revenues for historic resource reserve, a sum of money representing at least 10% of fiscal year 2023 estimated revenues, plus $7,000 from the state match of fiscal year 2022 collections. From fiscal year 2023, estimated revenues for community housing reserve, a sum of money representing at least 10% of the fiscal year 2023 estimated revenues, plus $7,000 from the state match of fiscal 2022 Collections from fiscal year 2023, estimated revenues for the open space reserve, a sum of money representing at least 10% of fiscal year 2023 estimated revenues plus $7,000 for the state match of fiscal year 2022 collections, or take any other action relative thereto.
I
Motion
have an
and a
amendment.
second. Mr. Salvucci.
You said that all in one breath?
I'm beat, Dan, you know.
I have an amendment for the legal aspect of it, and again, Justin Evans, Selectman Evans, will be discussing it. He's on the committee.
Dan made a motion. Second.
Mr. Evans will read the amendment, the proposed amendment.
So Justin Evans, Board of Selectmen, same as last time, amending it to follow the advice of council. To see if the town will vote as recommended by the Community Preservation Committee to appropriate the town's community preservation revenues for fiscal year 2023 as follows. Bullet 1, 10% of said revenues to be set aside for future appropriation for open space other than open space for recreational use. Bullet 2, 10% of said revenues to be set aside for future appropriation for historic resources. Bullet 3, 10% of said revenues to be set aside for future appropriation for community housing. Bullet 4, 5% of said revenues to be set aside for administrative expenses. And Bullet 5, the remainder of said revenues to be set aside for the future appropriation for any purposes permissible under the Community Preservation Act, Chapter 44B. Said funds are to be expended for the purposes stated herein and within the scope proposed and approved by the Community Preservation Committee, and for the purposes approved by this town meeting, or to take any other action relative thereto.
We have a motion to amend. Do we have a second? Second. Discussion? Any discussion on the amendment? All right, all in favor of amending Article 29, say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Article 29 is amended. And discussion of the amended article. All in favor of Article 29 as amended, say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Article 29 is adopted as amended. Article 30, cable access funds, to see if the town will vote to appropriate $282,988 from the Reserve for Appropriation Cable Access Account to fund PEG access services in accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53, F and 3/4, or take any other action relative thereto. Second. We have a motion and a second. Discussion of Article 30. Yes, ma'am.
Can someone tell me what this is?
Cable access money.
From what?
Mr. Heineman?
We have the money from cable. So we're paying them, they're paying us. When are they going to lower our bills?
State law requires that the monies collected as a small surcharge on monies paid for cable in town to Comcast Xfinity come to the town. State law requires that each year, if the town chooses to use them for community programming, as in this case, we do with WHCA and the great work that they do, that it be appropriated on an annual basis. This represents those funds for fiscal year 2023, the projected funds to be appropriated for the use of Whitman Hanson cable access, community access, excuse me.
Other discussion of Article 30. All in favor of Article 30 say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Article 30 is adopted unanimously. Article 31, Recreation Commission adjustment. To see if the town will vote to amend Article 12 of the 1969 annual town meeting by striking the words, "The advisory members shall not have the right to vote on business before the commission, nor to expend commission funds," and inserting in its place thereof the following. When at a duly called meeting of the Recreation Commission, a quorum of the commission's members is not present, an advisory member shall have the right to vote on any business before the commission or take any other action relative thereto. We have a motion and a second?
Okay. I have an amendment to that article.
Mr. Salvucci.
It's to see if the town will vote to reorganize the Recreation Commission to establish on Article 12 of the 1969 annual town meeting as follows, effective July 1st, 2022. That the 7-member commission created by Article 12 of this 1969 annual meeting be reduced to a 5-member board, and the 5 current members will continue to serve their term. At such time as a member or term ends, their office expires, the Board of Selectmen shall reappoint members or appoint a new member for the term of 3 years. And in addition, in the 5 regular members of the commission, the Board of Selectmen shall appoint up to 2 alternative members to the Recreation Commission for the registered voters for the town who shall be recognized first alternative member and a second alternative member, and they shall serve a term of 3 years. Such alternative members shall serve in the advisory role and shall not have a right to vote on businesses before the commission, so as long as the quorum of the Recreation Commission members are present. In the event a lack of a quorum, an alternative member may substitute for regular commission member who are unable to attend the meeting. In such a case, alternative members may vote for identify a regular member in the regular member's absence. The minutes of the converted meeting will be identified when the alternate substitute for the regular member and the voter at that meeting. A quorum of the commissioners shall consist of 3 members, including an alternate member designated to serve in lieu of repair of a member. Vacation occurring on a recreation commission, whether a regular or an alternate member, shall be filled for the balance of the term by a vote of the Board of Selectmen. In other words, in the past, we've had an issue.
We have a motion. We need a second.
Okay.
Second.
Okay.
Mr. Salvucci.
Right.
Go ahead.
All right. All right. In the past, we've had issues where the Recreation Commission didn't have a full board to vote on certain things. And let me tell you something, they do a great job in the summer program, in the pools, and when it comes time to hiring people for the pools, hiring some people for the run the park program, they need a quorum. If they can't vote. So what we designed to do is to change things so that if there's an alternative member, they can step in with a vote of the commissioners that are there and act as a voting member until they get a quorum at their next meeting. If in fact that happens again, they'll continue. But what we don't want to happen is that the recreation cannot perform their duties due to a lack of a quorum. So I ask you to vote in affirmative of this. Thank you.
Discussion of the proposal to amend 31. All right, all in favor of amending Article 31, say yes. Yes. No? Article 31 is amended. Discussion of the amended article. All right, seeing none, all in favor of Article 31 is amended, say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Article 31 is amended, is adopted unanimously. Article 32, I will, we have a motion to waive the reading. I don't know why. And we have a second. All in favor of waiving the reading? Opposed? The moderator thanks you. Any discussion of Article 32? A new table of fees. All right, all in favor of Article 32, say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Article 32 is adopted unanimously. Article 33, revocation of enhanced retirement incentive. To see if the town will revoke its approval of Article 21 of the 2004 special town meeting, which provides as follows with respect to the elected town clerk and treasurer collector pay. Beginning the first payroll period after June 1, 2004, and thereafter on the first payday the following July 1 of each succeeding fiscal year, a longevity stipend provided the elected officials has at least the minimum number of years of service to the town in a paid capacity as follows. Upon completion of 10 years of service, $250. Upon completion of 15 years of service, $50. Upon completion of 20 years of service, $1,000. Upon completion of 20 years of compensated service to the town, the official holding one of the aforementioned positions may, upon notice of the Finance Committee not later than December 1 of the current fiscal year, request a longevity salary increase effective July 1 of the next fiscal year, or 5% of the current fiscal year salary, provided such increase is approved by the town meeting. The same increase may be requested in the next 2 succeeding fiscal years, subject to appropriation. On completion of the third year's longevity, the elected official's salary shall be reduced by the amount of longevity salary increase received in the prior 3 years. The revocation of Article 21 of the 2004 special town meeting would not affect the incumbent office holders as of July 1, 2022, but only their successors in these offices. Do I have a motion and a second? And a second. Mr. Salvucci.
I am not going to read this. If you know in your warrant, the 15 years of service, it says $50. That's a typo error. It should be $500. That's the only change.
Discussion of the proposal to amend. All right, all in favor of amending Article 33, say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Okay, Article 33 is amended. Discussion of the amended article. All in favor of Article 33 as amended, say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Article 33 as amended is adopted. Article 34, Fire Collective Bargaining Contract. To see if the town will vote to approve a collective bargaining agreement between the town Local 1769 International Association of Firefighters, AFL-CIO, for the period commencing July 1, 2022 through June 30, 20 blank, with the cost items in fiscal year 2023 funded in part through monies appropriated as part of the fiscal year 2023 operating budget, Article 2, and to appropriate a sum of money to fund the remaining cost of items or take any other action relative thereto. Do we have a motion and a second? Motion and a second. Mr. Salvucci.
Amendment. Just amending the article, changing some figures around, where it says July 2022 through June 30th, that's 2025. I mean, is that right, 2025? Yeah, 2025, sorry. Because don't know if we were going to go to a one-year contract or a three-year contract. And the article in the bottom is where Article 2 to increase and to appropriate $6,000 from available funds to pay for the remaining cost items and take any action relative thereto.
All right, we have a motion to amend Article 34. Do we have a second? Discussion of the amendment. Sir.
Just the town council, Bob Kimball, 877 Auburnville Way. How can we increase money if it isn't in the warrant, if we couldn't vote on other things, increasing money in the warrant?
Mr. Summers.
Hi, Peter Sumner's Town Council's office. The difference here is that it says a sum of money. It doesn't have a specific dollar figure.
Excuse me, I didn't understand the last few words. Thank you.
The difference is that it says a sum of money in the warrant, and it does not contain a specific dollar figure that sets the upper limit of the appropriation.
Other discussion of Article 34 amendment. All right, all in favor of amending Article 34, say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Okay, Article 34 is amended. Discussion of the amended article. All in favor of Article 34 as amended, say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Article 34 is adopted as amended. Article 35, Library Collective Bargaining Contract. To see if the town... We have a motion to pass over Article 35. And a second. Discussion?
Yes, we have not been able to reach contract at this time. Thank you.
All those in favor of passing over Article 35 say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Article 35 is passed over. Article 36, Police Collective Bargaining Contract. To see if the town will vote to approve a collective bargaining agreement between the town and the Whitman Police Union, Mass COP Local number 494, for the period commencing July 1, 2022 through June 30, 20 blank, with the cost items in fiscal year 2023 funded in part through monies appropriated as part of the fiscal year 2023 operating budget, Article 2, and to appropriate a sum of money to fund the remaining cost items or take any other action relative thereto. We have a motion and a second. We have a motion and a second. Mr. Salvucci.
Again, the motion to amend on this, the fact that we weren't too sure if we were going to get a 1 year or go with a 3-year contract, so we are going to change it to from 2022 to fiscal year 2025. It's a 3-year contract. That's it.
And we have a motion to amend. Do we have a second? Discussion of the motion to amend. All right, all in favor of amending Article 36, say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Article 36 is amended. Discussion of the amended article. All in favor of adopting Article 36 as amended, say yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Article 36 as amended is adopted. Article 37, Department of Public Works Collective Bargaining Contract. To see if the town will vote to approve a collective bargaining agreement between the town and the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, AFL-CIO, State Council 93, Local 1700, for the period commencing July 1, 2022 through June 30th, 20 blank, with the cost items in fiscal year 2023 funded in part through monies appropriated as part of the fiscal year 2023 operating budget, Article 2, and to appropriate a sum of money to fund the remaining cost items or take any other action relative thereto. We have a motion and a second. Motion and a second. Mr. Salvucci.
Motion to amend. Again, it's going with a 3-year contract, and we're going from the dates 2022 through June 30th, 2025. And also in the Article 2, it says to appropriate a sum of money. We want to increase that to be $75,116 to plug that amount in.
We have a second. Second. Discussion of the amendment. All right, all those in favor of amending Article 37, say yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Article 37 is adopted. Discussion of the amended article. All right, all in favor of adopting Article 37 as amended, say yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Article 37 as amended is adopted. Article 38, Town Hall Workers Collective Bargaining Contract. To see if the town will vote to approve a collective bargaining agreement between the town and the Office and Professional Employees International Union Local 6, AFL-CIO, for the period commencing July 1, 2022 through June 30, 20 blank, with the cost items in fiscal year 2023 funded in part through monies appropriated as part of the fiscal year 2023 operating budget, Article 2, and to appropriate a sum of money to fund the remaining cost items or take any other action relative thereto. We have a motion. Do we have a second? Mr. Salvucci.
What we're adding to it is, again, we go with a 3-year contract. It's from July 1st, 2022 to June 30th, 2025. And where it says to appropriate a sum of money, we had that put in $75,000, excuse me, put in $750.
So we have a motion to amend Article 38. Do we have a second? Second. Any discussion of the amendment? All in favor of amending Article 38, say yes. Opposed, no. Article 38 is amended. Discussion of the amended article. All right. All in favor of Article 38 as amended, say yes. Opposed, no. Article 38 is adopted as amended. Article 39, lease of town buildings. To see if the town will vote to petition the general court to adopt the following special legislation relating to the lease of town buildings for a term exceeding 20 years, provided, however, that the legislature may make clerical or editorial changes in form only to the bill, provided further that substantive changes shall be subject to approval of the Board of Selectmen, which board is hereby authorized to approve amendments within the scope of the general public objectives of the petition as an act relative to the lease of buildings in the town of Whitman, notwithstanding the provisions of Section 14C of Chapter 71 of the general laws or any other general or special law to the contrary. The town of Whitman is hereby authorized to enter into property lease agreements for a term in excess of 20 years or take any other action relative thereto. We have a motion and a second. Second discussion. Ma'am.
When the Finance Committee was presented...
Rosemary, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
It's recognized first.
Go ahead. Don Byers, 20 Russell Road. My question is, other than the regional schools, do we lease any other buildings currently that would be impacted by this article?
Mr. Heineman?
No.
Ms. Conley?
Thank you. I'm sorry. My next question would be,
Sorry.
what was the intent for this article then? Do we intend to lease other buildings, or is this related to the regional school district? Because there's currently an agreement with the regional school district to lease those buildings. There was special legislation that was already passed for 50 years for a lease for the regional schools.
Right. So in 1996, so let me back up briefly. Chapter 71, Mass General Law, Chapter 71, Section 14C allows for the lease of town buildings to regional school districts for no more than a period of 20 years with no more than an extension of 20 years. In 1996, the school district received special legislation approved by the legislature to lease the buildings for longer than that period. The town did not receive that special legislation. And in researching, looking at the desire for the Massachusetts School Building Authority, from the Massachusetts School Building Authority as we progress through the process with a new or renovated middle school, the Massachusetts School Building Authority would want a longer period lease between the school district, it appears, a longer period lease between the school district and the town. The town never received the special legislation that would allow it to enter a lease of more than 20 years with an extension of 20 years. This goes to the legislature, if approved, goes to the legislature and seeks that approval so that the town, if the Massachusetts School Building Authority does in fact require a longer lease than 20 years, this would allow the town to do that if passed by the legislature.
But it's my understanding we currently have legislation for 50 years.
The school district does. The town does not.
This is a lease of building between the town of Whitman and the Whitman-Hanson Regional School District. This is on the Whitman-Hanson Regional School District website.
Correct. And so in looking at this issue, town council's opinion was that it would be wise to go and seek this special legislation and rectify the situation.
It would be my recommendation to not support this because we have not voted yet for a new Whitman Middle School building either. So it would be my recommendation at the time, if we were as a town to vote that, then we would revisit this.
Ms. Conley.
Thank you. We currently have leases for a building, for a almost $1 million building for $1 a year. That lease has come up. It is a school building, but it is not to the regional schools. So because of this, I would ask that we change the language to read the lease of town buildings to see if the town will vote to petition the general courts to adopt the following special legislation relating to the lease of town buildings for a term exceeding 20 years to the regional schools only. Providing, however, that continuing on the same exact way, but just that one inclusion so that no buildings are leased outside of the realm of the regional schools in the same capacity without going to the town floor.
Are you proposing an amendment?
Yes.
Do we have a second? Second. All right, discussion of the amendment to Article 39. Mr. Evans.
Tom Evans, 68 Temple Street. I would speak in opposition to this because if we think about what we have right now, our needs are for our early childhood, which we call Head Start, the program. That's not part of the regional school district, but it's essential service to our kids. And to not see in the future what our needs might be, the regional school committee might have a desire for some things, but not necessarily afford to have a property that they could lease or need to lease. So you would exclude people who may have a legitimate need for leasing something for no reason.
Mr. LaMattina.
Randy LaMattina, 6 Riverbird Circle, Selectman. I agree with Mr. Evans, and I would say you do not want to amend this. I will give you the backstory of how this came up. I'm also the vice chair of the Middle School Building Committee. We were notified by MSBA that the current lease we have with the school district would run out prior to what they call the life of a new building. So if the town agreed to build a new middle school, we would need to have a new 50-year lease, that's what they deem is the life cycle of a new building, in place at that point. That's why this is coming up. We're not looking to make any drastic changes, but to have it in place that if that building does get approved, we will then not have to kind of put the brakes on things and have to then go through special legislation. This is only to make sure that if at the point you people decide that you want a new middle school, that we'd be ready to go at that point.
Ms. Connolly?
The amendment change does not prevent us from leasing the buildings. It just creates transparency on how we are leasing it, how much. That's all it does. It doesn't allow for the selectmen to make $1 a year deal for a $1 million building without the town knowing. there are good reasons to do that sometimes. The Head Start might be a good reason, and I think we would all agree if children need something and we have the space, we'll want that to happen. But I do think that it always should come to the town floor and be voted among us. That's all. So,
Mr. Lineham?
I'd like to agree with the two previous speakers. The requirement to lease property from the town to an entity requires town meeting approval. I don't know if you can get more transparent than that. I can't speak to what happened with Head Start. It preceded my time. But we're required to bring those leases to town meeting for approval. Anything over, I don't remember, it's just 3 or 5 years, but that should not happen without a vote at town meeting. And I think if you're going to petition the legislature to give the town authority, it should be sufficient to do business.
Mr. Small, did you wish to speak?
Fred Small, Whitman Hanson School Committee, Chairman of the Whitman Hanson Building Committee. MSBA in a phone call and in subsequent negotiations that we had with them basically told us, get our house in order. They want 50 years from the opening of the building. What the original non-amended article does is it gives the town the ability to enter into that lease with the regional school district. It's proper. It's the foundation that we need to lay now so that hopefully when we're ready to go and with the good graces of the town supporting the project, we're not going to encounter any holdups. I urge you to support the original article, vote no to the amendment, and then we can push forward and hopefully get a wonderful middle school project going. Thank you.
Mr. Lamontina?
I actually wasn't going to speak, but just to reiterate what Mr. Lineham said is just to remember you have the ultimate say, that even though we are right now asking to have the ability to petition the state for at least longer than 20 years, that will also come back to town meeting for approval in set period of time. As for a dollar lease on $1 million building, I will tell you there is no truth to that, and it has not been taken up by anyone on the selectman level.
Ms. Conley?
There is truth to that. There's paperwork for it. There's 2 leases for it. Currently, we have there's no proof that they've ever paid the dollar, but there are 2 leases. One was for 5 years, and then was another for a preceding 25 years. I'm not saying that those weren't appropriate things, but if we didn't have this legislation in place, then at one point it did go to town meeting floor, and we did allow the 25-year because we have that lease. It's in the thing. So my question would be, why wouldn't we just do this amendment and include, what would prevent us from actually handling all our regional school issues with just this one amendment so that we could have that transparency? These are 2 different lease options. So why are we trying to merge them together? Why don't we have them separate? That's all.
Any other discussion of the proposal to amend Article 39? Yes, ma'am.
Marie Layler again from 187 Auburn Street. My understanding, or I guess my lack of understanding here, is that we have a regional school system that we want to allow to increase the years that they lease a building, correct? Okay. So my question is, we have a building in town that is being leased to a private concern that we currently have no contract with, and the contract expired, from what I understand, in 2018. We're getting $1 a year from these people, and if you look at the assessor's report, their name is on the paperwork. Yes, it says we own it, but it also says Head Start. Is Head Start part of a regional program? Thank you.
Any other discussion of the proposal to amend Article 39?
So,
Mr. Lamattina?
Just for clarity, to clear up this innuendo that's being thrown around, what she's actually talking about is a dollar lease on a self-help building that in 1992 was affiliated with the school district. Okay, so that's what we are talking about with the dollar lease. It was actually to the school district when the lease was signed in 1992. I want to make it very clear that I'm personally taking it as innuendo and slight that we're up here trying to get something by town meeting, that we're trying to lease out town buildings. All this is doing is giving us permission to petition the state to have a lease for a new school building longer than 20 years. That's it. Any other buildings, and it's all encompassing. Why this is being fought is beyond me. It's very simple.
Ms. Byers.
Don Byers, 20 Russell Road. If that is the intention, then I would support the amendment, because the amendment is to amend it to include simply leases to the regional school district.
Any other discussion of the proposal to amend Article 39? All right, all in favor of amending Article 39, say yes. Yes! Opposed, no? No! I think we'll have to take a standing count on that one. All those in favor of amending Article 39, please stand. And if the tellers would please count these folks.
Counted 23.
23 yes.
I counted 22.
22 yes. All right, thank you. Now please be seated. And if those opposed to amending Article 39 would now please stand. Six, 16? 16. How many? 41.
Counted 25.
25.
$27.
27. 62 yes, 93 no. The article is not amended. Discussion of Article 39. All in favor of Article 39 say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. No. Article 39 is adopted. Article 40, lower special town meeting quorum. To see if the town will vote to amend Section 1-5 of the general bylaws to read as follows. These bylaws may be repealed, altered, or amended by a majority of those present and voting, or by such other proportion as may be required by law in special instances at any annual town meeting with a quorum of 50 voters present, or any special town meeting with a quorum of 100 voters present, provided, however, that the proposed changes in the bylaws shall be specified in the warrant for said meeting, and to amend Section 70-5 of the general bylaws to read as follows. At a special town meeting at which less than 100 registered voters of the town have been admitted to the meeting, no vote shall be taken on any articles which, if adopted, would have the effect of increasing the salary or wage rate of any town office or employee, or which would increase the total amount of the appropriations made at the meeting above $25,000. If this situation shall arise, then such article shall be passed over, and the meeting shall proceed to take up whatever other business shall then come before it, or take any other action relative thereto. We have a motion and a second. Discussion of Article 40. Questions on 40? All right, all in favor of adopting Article 40, say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Article 40 is adopted. Article 41. I would request a motion to waive. Second, all in favor of waiving the reading of Article 41? Yes. Opposed, no. Okay. Article 41, Mr. Heineman, I think can give us a summary.
Thank you. The hour's late, and I'll be brief, but I want to summarize briefly what this article would do, if approved, and why it's before the town now. So this bylaw, Article 41, would allow for up to a maximum of 5 marijuana establishments, either medical or recreational, and there are 2 different laws that govern each type of marijuana business. Of those 5 total marijuana establishments, no more than 3 could be retail facilities. There are other types of facilities, cultivation, manufacturing, etc. But again, of the 5, only 3 could be retail facilities, either medical or recreational. The facilities would only be allowed in the Highway Business District, and that's the area in dark blue on the map above. So that is to say, most of the area on both sides of Route 18, a small portion north of Route 27, centered on Caliper Road. And then in addition, these facilities would be allowed in the pink, that is the industrial area, but in the pink area only above South Avenue. So for the most part, that's really the area, again, in the pink area above South Avenue, between Hobart Pond and the MBTA train tracks. The establishments, again, of which there would be 5 total ever, would only be allowed through a very rigorous and licensing and review process. It starts with the state at the Independent State Cannabis Control Commission. It would go forward to a host community agreement. The host community agreement would be an agreement that would be signed between a potential marijuana business owner and the Board of Selectmen. That is something that, that the board, through me, and including myself, through me, would certainly negotiate aggressively. But that would be a second part in the process. And then finally, the potential marijuana business owner would also need to go to the Zoning Board of Appeals and seek a special permit and site plan approval for any site. That's the high level, in a nutshell, as to what this article would do. Now, why is it before town meeting now? The answer is very simple, which is the potential revenue that could come from a marijuana establishment. As a brief, quick reminder, in 2016, the voters on the ballot initiative, including a majority of voters in Whitman, legalized the recreational use of marijuana. In addition, earlier to that, medical marijuana was, again, legalized on a ballot initiative in the fall of 2012. In response to that, Whitman and several communities, several municipalities throughout the state, because of that ballot initiative and because marijuana became legal relatively quickly, a short period after the ballot initiative passed in 2016, many municipalities, including Whitman, in December 2017, put a ban on all recreational marijuana facilities. Again, a lot of that in most municipalities was some uncertainty about how exactly recreational marijuana facilities would exist. Since then, since the town of Whitman's ban, beginning in November of 2018 and continuing since then, recreational marijuana facilities, including retail facilities, have opened in several municipalities in the state. Now, currently, there are 91 retail marijuana facilities throughout the state, but again, those have all opened since November 2018. So in that brief history, the perceived morality or immorality of adult recreational marijuana use, that's been decided by the voters. It was decided by the voters in 2016. The issue before you is whether or not Whitman wants recreational facilities, again, retail facilities, grow facilities, manufacturing facilities, to ever be allowed in town. All of our neighbors, with the exception of East Bridgewater, do allow recreational facilities of one stripe or another.
Thank you.
This article came to the Bylaw Study Committee with the recognition that the municipalities that are allowing recreational marijuana facilities of whatever type are realizing pretty significant revenues. And in fiscal year 2022, that's the fiscal year we're in right now, there is a 3% excise tax that municipalities may adopt on the sale of recreational marijuana in retail facilities. In fiscal year 2022, each of those 91 facilities that I mentioned are on track to generate in that 3% excise approximately $470,000 for each municipality where they're located. That is a large amount of money in the context of the town budget and any municipal budget for that matter. In addition to that, I mentioned the host community agreement earlier. That, under current state law, would allow for up to an additional 3%. So on average, during fiscal year 2022, in the municipalities where retail facilities are allowed and operating, again, that 3% was $470,000. If the town of Whitman had a retail facility, and if we're able to successfully negotiate a host community agreement for an additional 3%, on average, again, across the state, that would be approximately another $470,000 in revenue. So it is significant revenue. And again, this is the reason why it's before town meeting now, is because we've talked a lot about the needs and the wants of the community tonight. We talked about a new DPW building. There's been discussion about a newer renovated middle school. Obviously, all those things cost money. And in an attempt to moderate real estate tax increases, this is a real revenue option, and it's something that the Bylaw Study Committee thought it made sense to bring back to the town, to have the town consider the implications of the possible revenue that we would receive, and to think, again, about whether or not recreational marijuana facilities make sense in town. So just wanted to give a brief overview, and obviously happy to help answer any questions that there are.
Any discussion of Article 41? Sir.
How you doing? My name's Jim Callahan. I live at 230 Warren Ave. I've been sitting here for the whole night with you people also, and you guys have been around town for a long time. So now they want to bring pot shops into our town, which I don't see any need for it. A half mile from here is the old Webster Bank up by the Brockton Hospital. That's a pot shop. It's packed constantly. I work over in Brockton. I go by it every day. There's 13 of them going into Brockton. There's nothing but, I don't know, cars there, loud music. I used to go by at 7 o'clock in the morning. I see a bunch of people there. I have a problem with it because you guys just voted in millions of dollars to fix the parks, get new cameras. We're having a problem policing the park. We're having a problem with the equipment being broken for the kids to play on in the schools, everybody hanging around. I seen an article last week in Norwood. A middle school kid brought a chocolate bar to school that was bought at one of these legal pawn shops that only 21-year-olds can get. Well, they got brothers and sisters, and they get a hold of them. And they brought it to school, and they gave it to all the middle school kids. All the parents are like, what's going on? Where's this coming from? So we need that in our schools. We're trying to fix our schools. You guys are trying to build schools. Now, he's telling you about revenue over here. All the building that's going on in this town right now, all the condos, all the new building, all the structures, all the single-family home people are paying taxes, so are they, but not as much. Well, the revenue that's going to come from them taxes is going to be 3 times more than what they're going to get from these pot shops. If you want to put a medical marijuana place in, you can buy it at the drugstore. You can have your prescription filled at the drugstore. We've already got it. We don't need a legal pot shop in town of Whitman. There's 91 of them around. Why do we need it, you guys? So, you know, are your taxes going to go down? Who's going to get the money from it, the town? And they said tonight, well, if we go everything in this menu tonight and we vote everything in, guess how much? We've already got 500,000 extra going to next year. Well, we need pot shops to bring in what? Another 300,000, we're already 500,000 over. Not counting the money you're going to get from restaurants that pay taxes that you guys don't know about. See all the little hidden things they don't tell you all guys all about, but everybody that sells food pays taxes. And that was $265,000 last year they got from these restaurants in town. And now they're going to say, okay, now we got package stores. Now, a package store tried to move from Temple Liquors down the street on Route 18, and it didn't get okay because it wasn't a good spot for the package store. But now they're going to put 21-year-old pot shops in, so now our kids are going to be 21 years old, they're going to be buying booze, they're going to go next door to the pot shop, buy their joints. Where they're going to smoke them? Down the park. Down, they can't go on the boulevard anymore. When I grew up, we had the boulevard in Whitman. Where's the boulevard in Whitman? When we were kids, guys, you all grew up in Whitman, you went to the boulevard. And don't tell me you didn't smoke the grass back then because you did. All right, I'm just saying. And the boulevard is no longer there. Any other questions, guys? So vote no on this, please.
Any other discussion of Article 41? Mr. Bezanson.
Brian Bezanson, 74 Rock Street, Board of Selectmen. I appreciate the gentleman's take on this whole thing. I'm also a member of the Bylaw Study Committee. Now, when I first sat down with this idea, I wasn't thrilled with the idea. I guess I'm old school. But then, as I followed the information, did the research, and once I had the information that Lincoln just gave you, it changed my mind a little bit. Because what are we always fighting? We're fighting not having enough money. Now, the proposal on those numbers are staggering to me. And I know we have plenty going on with the DPW building, the proposed middle school. You know, we have that water force main that's going on. There's a lot going on in this town. We have a lot of senior citizens in this town that are struggling with their real estate taxes. So we need to think outside the box a little bit. But the reason that I voted for it at the Bylaw Study Committee vote, because circumstances changed, as Lincoln said. And I voted to bring it to you, because ultimately it's your vote, it's your town. You have to decide what you want and how you want it. I voted for this to bring it to you because it's your decision. Thank you.
Sir.
Hi, Kevin Line, I'm 909 Bedford Street. I want to speak to kind of the logic of this proposal here. We're trying to have it both ways. If you want to say that we're comfortable with the sale of this product and the establishment of these products, fine, but just say it. Instead, we're couching it in, well, there are signage rules, and it's only in certain districts. Well, guess what? We live in Whitman. No matter where you build something, you have a bunch of neighbors nearby. Like, those are people who live in their homes. Pick a spot on Route 18, and you're going to find a side street with a whole neighborhood nearby. I'll distinguish this from nearby towns. You want to drive down Marshfield, down 139, you can drive for 10 minutes and not see a residential home. That's where you're going to see these kinds of establishments. In this town, you're voting to put that near somebody's home. If you're okay with that, fine. But let's not hide behind the fact that it's in a commercial zone, or you're not allowed to publicly display what this product is. It seems like we're operating with something like the vestige of a conscience. We sure know it's wrong, but you know what? Our conscience has a price. That's what this discussion sounds like to me. Thank you.
Ma'am?
I'm Heather Clough from 154 Beulah Street, and I would like to say that I'm willing to bet that many people here have not actually been into a dispensary. And that I'm sure if you went to one, your preconceptions would be changed. Also, medical marijuana is not dispensed at a pharmacy. It is a specific facility, and all of the personnel have to be licensed through the state in order to sell them. So people aren't just selling them willy-nilly. And nobody's arguing about banning liquor stores because the kids are drinking nips in the park either. So how is this any different? It's not. So why take jobs away from people who live in this town? Why take revenue and hand it to all the people in other towns when we could have it here? There are few places hiring here that are anything other than, say, a small retail job that's not going to pay full time. My sister works in the industry and has a full-time job with an incredible benefits package, and I don't think a lot of people realize what the potential is, not just for the town for revenue, but for its residents as well.
Ma'am.
Catherine Dugan, Lions Lane. I just had a question. Is there a reason that this didn't go to like a full town vote, like an election versus town meeting? Because I feel like it was the election that was banned. Is everyone? Or?
Mr. Summers?
Hi, Peter Sumner, Town Council. So the ban on recreational establishments did go to the ballot. That's a requirement of the recreational marijuana statute. It doesn't require, though, an election. The statute itself doesn't require an election or a ballot vote for anything other than a ban by a town that initially voted in favor of the legalization of marijuana. So it's really just it's the way that the statute is drafted. That's why there's no ballot vote requirement for this provision. It's just a zoning law amendment.
Other questions? Yes.
Hi, Leslie DiOrio, 847 Washington Street. I want to start with the fact that I empathize with so many of you who were taught at a younger age that there are so many dangers to marijuana. But, like Mr. Heineman said, we are looking at so many budget increases over the next few years that to turn this down when there are shops in Rockland, there are shops being considered in Hanson, Bud's just opened in Abington, and there are shops opened in Brockton. There's no such thing as keeping marijuana out of Whitman at this point. We're concerned about kids getting their hands on it, but the fact is that there's such a high tax rate on marijuana that comes out of legal dispensaries that kids under 21 are not looking to get it there. They're looking to get cheap product. So as much as we want to protect kids, we're worried about keeping it away from schools and such. Those concerns are still in place. They're not looking to get it from dispensaries. Some of the things that we've talked about tonight, such as traffic patterns and law enforcement, have been researched in other towns. And a lot of the findings that they've had, such as in the town of Brookline, were that they didn't see a lot of impact to law enforcement. They found that the demographics that were buying from marijuana dispensaries were the retiree community, that were mothers over 40. So a lot of the concerns that we have around these businesses have not yet been founded. To the point of an edible being brought to school, I believe a lot of the recent articles were actually that a child brought a bottle of margarita to school. That's what I was reading last week. So saying that it was in the local town that the child lived, that could have come from a neighboring town. It could have come from their local town. It isn't actually a concern. I'm sorry?
Please be recognized.
It doesn't make it easier. It's the fact that you can get it in the neighboring town. There are 89 retail establishments in Plymouth County alone. So the fact is, it doesn't make it any easier to have it local to Whitman. The fact is, we need the money in Whitman. So to turn it away is merely turning revenue away from Whitman. It's not turning away marijuana from Whitman. It's not keeping it out of residential neighborhoods, because the fact is you can legally grow it in your backyard with certain limitations. So your next door neighbor can do it provided they have a locked backyard.
Mr. Evans.
Thanks. Justin Evans, 57 Candlewick Lane, and Board of Selectmen. Leslie said a lot of what I was going to say, so I appreciate that. But yeah, this came to the Board of Selectmen from the Bylaw Study Committee, but I think it's a really good opportunity. The numbers that Lincoln said surprised me even here right now. A combined possibility per establishment, projected per establishment statewide is about $940,000 with the excise and the host community agreement if you set it at 3%. Where the bylaw proposes authoring up to 3 retail recreational facilities. So that's an incredible amount of revenue that we are looking at right now when we've got questions about how we're going to pave the roads, how we're going to fix the sidewalks, some of the future increases at the schools. I urge you not to overlook this opportunity when, half a mile over the line in Brockton, there's an establishment. Further up Route 18 in Abington, there's an open establishment, and I think they're authorizing 3 more. The town lines are not what's keeping it in and out of the town. We're just preventing the business revenue from coming here. So I urge you to support this.
Yes, ma'am.
Linda Donahue, 5 Catherine Lane. My concern is 27 and 18. Has anybody looked at the traffic increases in that area, which is already really heavy? I live right at the top of where the top blue one is. My kids cross the street there, coming back and forth to Conley. What has anybody done to look at a traffic increase with all the kids that are walking from the middle school in that area?
Mr. Heineman?
So regarding traffic, including other concerns as well, but regarding traffic, I point your attention on page 22 to the proposed bylaw, section 240-15.6, site plan required, and part G, as the Board of Appeals, the Zoning Board of Appeals, considers the special permit and site plan approval process, it has the opportunity specifically in the bylaw to require a traffic study and including the analysis of the on-site circulation and parking demand, parking spaces, and the optimum configuration of site ingress and egress. And I would say, I don't want to prejudge any decision from the Zoning Board of Appeals, but I'm sure if something didn't work, then they would strongly consider not approving a site plan. But the proposed bylaw does specifically give that authority.
Yes, ma'am.
Stephanie Blackman, 18 Pearl Street. First of all, there's only so far a piece of the pie will go, so the fact that we're talking about adding more shops is just going to lower the profits for everybody, not increase. There's not going to be more people than deciding they're going to start using the items that these facilities would produce. But I'm actually curious, the Finance Committee, despite the large money that I'm hearing we're going to get from this, the Finance Committee voted not to recommend this And I would like to hear from the Finance Committee why $1 million extra is not going to be something that they think. I'm wondering if it's going to put a wear on our police, on our fire, on our roads, on our traffic, on our crossing guards, and all of that. So, thank you.
Mr. Anderson.
So the Finance Committee voted 3-4-2 not to recommend this. I think the answer to your question is really as diverse of the group that's assembled before you is a group that is assembled in front of you. People oppose things or recommend things more for reasons other than economic. So I think you could probably estimate that the 3 people that voted in for were really thinking about the economic impact and the benefits to the town, and the other people, whether they voted not to support it or to abstain, had other reasons. That's all I can tell you.
Other discussion? Yes, ma'am. Not yet.
Hi, Patricia McKay, 26 East Ave. Ms. Clough made a good point that if you've been to a dispensary, the regulations are so tight. You have to show your license twice. More often than not, you have to buzz to get in the door. When you're buying it there, it's pure. If you're buying it on the street, it could be tainted with anything from Mexico. I don't buy it myself, I buy it for a family member. And when I go there, there are people from all walks of life. You see plumbers, electricians, housewives, elderly. You know, you don't have to go there. The only thing I might recommend would be maybe 5 might be too many for this town. I think 3 might be better. Maybe 1 manufacturing, maybe 2 retail. We even have too many Dunkin' Donuts in this town, so that's just my thought. But when you buy it there, it's safe. It's not been tainted coming across the border. That's all. It's safer.
Yes, ma'am.
Sandra McCarthy, 92 Schwartzman's Trail. To go back to what one of our other people have said earlier, Whitman's 7 square miles. There isn't 1 inch that you could put one of these facilities that it isn't going to touch someone's home or neighborhood. I, as a matter of fact, live right off of 27. I live in a nice little neighborhood, Sportsman's Trail, and that nice little blue area on Caliper Road is in walking distance to my home. If you go down on 27, we have Whitman Middle School. If you go up near South Ave, you've got the Duval. I think the size of our town doesn't compare to, say, a Hanover who can tuck it in a nice little industrial park where we really don't have that. I could care less if someone smokes marijuana, but I think that we need to be a little bit more thoughtful of what we're putting in our town and what it's going to look like in 20 years. We keep putting up all these little townhouses and condos in these little sliver postage stamp spots, and now we're talking about adding pot shops. I don't care if it's pot shops. I think we just need to be a little bit more aware of what we're putting in this tiny little area of Whitman. Another thing is, if all these people are getting all this revenue, the market's going to be saturated. How are we supposed to be getting $300,000 from each of these facilities? I don't know, just food for thought.
Ms. Conley.
One of the questions was, why did the Finance Committee not vote? I can only speak for my vote, and we weren't presented with financial information, so I abstained. I felt as it was a personal decision on each of the voters, and if they didn't give us impact studies and amounts, there was no literature. It was just what you read there. I mean, it was smaller than you read there, actually, so that's one of the reasons that some, like myself, did not vote or abstained.
Any other discussion? Yes, sir.
Hello, Dana Lamb, 149 Franklin Street. I am a pharmacist and I support this bill because of a few things. First, these products that come from these dispensaries are pure. They're not laced with fentanyl, which is very deadly. So these products are highly regulated, and the facilities are highly regulated and allowing who goes in. You need to show an ID. It's not the street drugs that are out there. You can easily access those drugs. These are pure products. And also with the revenue boost, this can help things like maybe sidewalks or the roads that are badly needed to be repaired. Even Franklin Street, we have really bad sidewalks in some areas. This additional money will add a safety net to this town year upon year and will let us spend additional money on things that we really need to fix. And that's it.
We have moved the question. All in favor of Article 41, by the way, does require a 2/3 majority to pass. So all in favor of Article 41, say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Article 41 is adopted. Article 42, recreational marijuana excise tax. To see if the town will vote to accept Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 64N, Section 3A, as amended by Section 13 of Chapter 55 of the Acts of 2017, and impose a sales tax upon the sale or transfer of marijuana or marijuana products by a marijuana retailer operating within the town at a rate of 3% by the total sales.
I'd like to have a recount for count.
Calling for count. How many, do we have people calling for count? 2 people? We need... The motion passed. The motion passed. It was 2/3 in my ears. Who are the 5?
We got 5 people.
2/3 vote of people present. Okay, we can do a standing count on it. We'll do a standing count on it. All right, all those in favor of Article 41, please stand. Tellers, if you could please count. If you're in favor of Article 41.
Okay. 36.
40.
30, 40.
I just want to clarify, that was 36.
36. Okay. Okay. All right, then if you please be seated, and if those opposed to Article 41 would please stand.
Ten.
10. 15.
19.
19. Can I have the count, please? The total? 107 yes, and 44 no. That does meet the 2/3 threshold. The article is adopted. Article 42, recreational marijuana excise tax. To see if the town will vote to accept Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 64N, Section 3A, as amended by Section 13 of Chapter 55 of the Acts of 2017, and impose a sales tax upon sale or transfer of marijuana or marijuana products by a marijuana retailer operating within the town at a rate of 3% of the total sales price received by the marijuana retailer as a consideration for the sale of marijuana or marijuana products. Do I have a motion? We have a motion. Do we have a second? Discussion of Article 42. All right. All in favor of Article 42, say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Article 42 is adopted unanimously. Article 43, accessory apartments. We have a motion to waive the reading. Do we have a second? All right. All in favor of waiving the reading, say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Article 43, a discussion of Article. Do we have a motion for Article 43? We have a motion. Do we have a second? Okay. Discussion of Article 43. Yes, sir.
Hi again, Dick Blas, 24 Porter Street, also on the Zoning Board of Appeals. Question about this particular article and the next one, and what the difference is between these two, and why there's two that are virtually identical. Is one supposed to supersede the other, or what's going on here?
Mr. Heineman?
Both of these articles are by petition, so the merits I'll let the petitioner speak to. But the reason there are two is that the petitioner, in order to have something on the warrant, one needs a number of certified signatures. The first petition came in was Article 44. That was not legally properly written. And so with the assistance of Town Council wrote the intent of what is now Article 44, redistributed it to the petitioner, and the petitioner got the requisite number of certified signatures, and so that is the correct legal language in Article 43. Regardless of what happens with Article 43, I would recommend that the town meeting pass over Article 44 since it's not legally correct.
More discussion of Article 43. Mr. Curran.
Robert Curran, 5 Angelina Drive. I am the Building Commissioner, Zoning Enforcement Officer. I just want to explain to everybody what this is all about. Currently, you can do an accessory apartment inside a single-family home. You could actually build a new house with an accessory apartment. This article would allow you to put an accessory apartment above an existing accessory building, or build, say, a 2-car garage with an accessory apartment above it, detached from the house. Our current zoning says that if you have 2 principal buildings on the same lot, that's not allowed. This article would allow that. So you could have a 2-car garage with an accessory apartment above it that could be as close as 10 feet from a property line and 10 feet from the house. So it is a major change, and it's going to affect a lot of properties, but it's something that you should all think about as a town. So currently, now you can have an accessory apartment attached as part of a single family. This would allow a detached garage or detached accessory structure with an accessory apartment above it. It can't be a standalone second household, so to speak. It would have to be above an existing structure or a new structure with an accessory use below it. So if you vote for this, it'll change the bylaw to allow, say if I had I think the petitioner had a 2-car garage, they wanted to build an accessory apartment above it, and he was denied because it would require a variance. This would allow it with a special permit by the Zoning Board of Appeals.
More discussion of Article 43. Yes, sir.
Evan McCarthy, 37 Lakeview Street. I'm the lead petitioner of this. The rationale is I do have a detached garage, and everybody's well aware of housing prices right now are through the roof. Inflation's a big problem, building supplies are a big problem. What I'm looking to do is get my parents some affordable living up here, and it's really the only option, so I'd recommend everybody to vote to pass.
More discussion of 43. All right, seeing none, all in favor of Article 43, say yes. Yes. Opposed, no? No. Article 43 is adopted by more than a two-thirds majority. Article 44. We have a motion to pass over Article 44. We have a second. Any discussion? All in favor of passing over Article 44, say aye. Aye. Say, opposed, say no. All right, Article 44 is passed over. Article 45, increase income-based senior citizen real estate tax exemption to see if the town will vote pursuant to Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 59, Section 5, Clause 41C, to increase the exemption amount granted to eligible seniors from $750 to $1,250 to be effective for exemptions granted for any fiscal year beginning on or after July 1, 2022, or take any other action relative thereto. We have a motion and a second. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion of 45? All in favor of adopting Article 40? I'm sorry? Mr. Heineman?
If I could, I just very briefly describe this Article 45, 40, and 46 and 47. Article 45 would allow for an increased exemption for lower income and lower for seniors with lower incomes and lower assets than the average, and would allow for, rather than a $1,250, a $750 exemption on their real estate taxes. There are currently 9. We've had conversation a lot about real estate taxes. This and the further 2 articles are an attempt to give some relief to lower income, lower asset folks. Article 46 would allow for a property tax exemption for Gold Star parents, that is, parents or guardians who have lost a child to warfare. We do not believe we currently have any Gold Star parents in town, excuse me, but if we do, or if we do in the future, they would receive an exemption if this was approved. And then finally, Article 47, we currently have a senior tax work-off program. It only allows for a maximum of $800 annually for an exemption for seniors to work for the town in very important, in very helpful positions. This would, rather than having that $800 limit, this would change it so that it would be 125 maximum hours, and would, again, allow for an expansion of real estate tax exemptions for those seniors choosing to do work for the town. Thank you.
Any further discussion of 45? All in favor of Article 45, say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Article 45 is adopted unanimously. Article 46, property tax exemption for Gold Star parents. To see if the town will vote to accept Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 59, Section 5, Clause 22H, which authorizes a full exemption for surviving parents and or guardians of soldiers and sailors, members of the National Guard, and veterans who, 1, during active duty service suffered an injury or illness documented by the United States Department of Veteran Affairs or a branch of the armed forces that was proximate cause of death, or 2, are missing in action with presumptive finding of death as a result of active duty service as members of the armed forces of the United States, to be effective for exemptions granted for any fiscal year beginning on or after July 1, 2022, or take any other action relative thereto. We have a motion. A second. Discussion of 46. All in favor of Article 46, say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Article 46 is adopted unanimously. Article 47, Senior Citizen Property Tax Work-Off Program Expansion. To see if the town will vote to accept the provision of Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 59, Section 5K, permitting the town to allow a maximum reduction of real estate property tax bill for the Senior Citizen Property Tax Work-Off Program to be based on 125 volunteer service hours each year, or take any other action relative thereto. We have a motion and a second. Discussion of 47. Yes, sir.
Peter Storage at 53 Swordsman's Trail. What's the dollar equivalent to 125 volunteer service hour a year? Not opposed to it. It's just like, how much then do they get a write-off for?
Mr. Heineman?
if this passed, we'd want to have a conversation with the Board of Selectmen and possibly change the policy regarding the number of, the amount of monies that are received in exemption per hour. So again, right now, the town has adopted a maximum dollar amount. That's $800. Right now, senior citizens who are doing work on the program receive $8 an hour. And so work a total, may work a total of 100 hours for that $800 exemption. If this passes, if this doesn't pass, nothing changes. If this passes, I would want to have a conversation with the Board of Selectmen to suggest that $8 an hour is not enough and that it should be higher. What the ultimate dollar amount is would be up to the Board of Selectmen. The Board of Selectmen did adopt a policy recently that other workers in town receive minimum wage, that all workers in town receive minimum wage, that is the right thing to do. And so that would be decided if this passed. But certainly I would think, and I would recommend, more than $8 an hour. Not necessarily, but I would certainly recommend higher than $8 an hour. Yep.
Any other discussion of 47? Yes, sir.
Gregory Eaton, 5 Old High Street. As the town administrator just pointed out, senior citizens have been receiving $8 an hour for 5-6 years, as far as I know. That is far below minimum wage and has been for a long time. I'd like to know what the Board of Selectmen are going to do to rectify that situation.
Mr. Heineman.
So again, I would certainly recommend a wage higher than $8 an hour. And, you know, I don't want to prejudge a decision of the Board of Selectmen, but the Board of Selectmen did just make a decision that other workers, a few workers who had not been making minimum wage, were raised up to minimum wage. So we'll see, but certainly I would recommend higher than $8 an hour. No, so this would be effective on July 1st, 2022. So there is no remedy to that. To be clear, no law has been broken. Municipalities are exempt from the minimum wage. Nevertheless, as I said, recently the Board of Selectmen chose to raise all other workers up to the minimum wage, but the minimum wage is not applicable to municipalities by law.
Any other questions on Article 47? All right, all in favor of 47 say yes. Opposed, no. Article 47 is adopted unanimously. Article 48, transfer to ambulance purchase receipts reserve fund. See if the town will vote to appropriate $150,000 from free cash to the ambulance purchase receipts reserve fund or take any other action relative thereto. We have a motion and a second. Discussion of 48. All right, all in favor of Article 48 say yes. Opposed, no. Article 48 is adopted unanimously. Article 49, transfer to capital stabilization fund. To see if the town will vote to appropriate $50,000 from free cash to be added to the capital stabilization fund or take any other action relative thereto. Motion and a second. Discussion of 49. All in favor of 49 say yes. Opposed, no. Article 49 is adopted unanimously. And finally, Article 50, town ban on roosters. There shall be no raising or ownership of roosters allowed in the town of Whitman. Due to the nature of roosters loudly crowing throughout the day, from early morning till evening, rooster create a disturbance of peace to the surrounding community. The town of Whitman will be responsible for the removal of any rooster present within the town of Whitman. Do I have a motion? Do I hear a motion? Do we have a second? Second. All right. Discussion. Sir.
I'm proposing this bylaw because I live next to a rooster, a couple of them, now just one, and this has been for the last 6 months. If you try to get rid of the rooster, which is a very obnoxious noise that's planted right next to your property, there's no way to escape from it. So the noise is constantly hounding you throughout the day, starting from 4 in the morning, which means you don't sleep in that every day. And the town had no way of stopping this, because I approached several officials and I asked, you know, will you do something about the problem here? It's driving me nuts. And nothing was done because of the fact there is no bylaw that states anything can be done about the rooster noise. So this is what I'm trying to have you people accept, is to pass this so we have some control over having you bombarded with this noise. Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
I appreciate the concern about the loud roosters. I was actually going to come up and ask for the story of, you know, how we ended up with this proposition here. I live up the street from a couple that have some chickens, one chicken being male, and I actually the other day was reminded that they have a rooster because I never hear it. So I was kind of wondering why we're proposing a recommendation that's kind of reactive, and was wondering if there was a story behind this related to one particular rooster in town, and why we're proposing a ban on all roosters due to one particular troublesome rooster, and if maybe there could be another solution, because it seems like we're putting a ban in place that's, I know this is going to sound ridiculous, discriminatory against all male roosters. What if we then... I'm sorry, I was not trying to sound that ridiculous, and I knew when it was coming out of my mouth that it was going to. But what if we did the same thing with dogs or cats? It just seems like we're trying to say no male roosters because this particular rooster is loud. Is there another solution? Because is there a zone to say you have to have a certain amount of land in order to prevent it, or a fine if you can't control your rooster within a certain number of hours? I'm just thinking there might be a better solution than no male roosters at all.
Thank you. Okay. Hi, Chuck Slavin, 12 Commercial Street. I'm curious what would happen to a rooster if it was removed. Is there a follow-up to this? Will the rooster be dealt with humanely?
Danielle Clancy, 21 Bloss Road. I am the chair of the Board of Health. Unfortunately, this will fall on my department. We will do whatever you vote. That is our task. Our health inspector is also here. I will tell you that people have roosters as pets, and people also have roosters to protect their chickens. They alert of snakes and coyotes and other things that are about to eat their chickens. So they're for protection for their chickens as well. My problem with this is the essence of the way this is written. If somebody decides they don't like dogs anymore, they can write this and get 10 signatures, and all of a sudden it's on here. If they don't like your children anymore, next thing you know, we're going to have this here with 10 signatures, and we're all going to be looking at that too. I have a real problem with the essence of this whole thing. You know, to have chickens, to have roosters, you have to have a permit with the Board of Health, and we do go out and we do inspect. And our health inspector is great about that. We do that yearly. If you don't have a permit and we hear about it, we take care of it. And you either come get a permit with us, and I'm putting you on notice now because we're having this discussion. If you don't have a permit, we better hear from you in the next week or so, because your neighbor's going to be calling us. You know, again, I'm having a big issue with the, I'm having two issues here. I'm having an issue with the essence, and for the matter of time, I'm also having an issue with the town of Whitman will be responsible for the removal of any rooster. I would like to, if we do pass this, which I have some reservations about that, I'd like to see that the rooster owner is responsible for getting in touch with the shelter and proving to the town that a shelter has taken the rooster, and not that the town take on the responsibility and the expense of having to take care of roosters, because we are not equipped for that, and the town, the Board of Health, frankly, does not have the budget for that. Thank you for your time.
Ma'am.
Yes, Laura Howe, 185 School Street, Whitman, Mass. I'm Mr. George Mager's next door neighbor, who, if you'd like a backstory, Mr. Mager has, for 28 years, wanted my dogs removed, so that speaks highly to her comment. My lawyer has spent several decades giving Mr. Mager nice messages, because I believe in Jesus, and I happen to believe in my town. I did not go out and try to get a rooster, that rooster, I wish could be here tonight, but there is a bird flu going around, and it would be against the law, because the state has ordered animal control officers to not remove any birds until after July, when they make another decision. So no birds can go anywhere at this time. At this particular time, and for the past year and a half, actually 2 years, that Baru has been living on my premises, unbeknownst to me, because he showed up as a girl and turned into a boy very late, after my 12-year-old daughter fell in love with him. And I would like to know who is going to remove that rooster from my home at 185 School Street out of my daughter's hands, because it will be over my dead body. I love my town, and I stand up for everybody. And it is time that I have stood up for myself. I respect the law, and I will respect what these voters wish. But it takes on a burden to Joe and I as animal control. We have no facilities to remove birds. We do not have the thousands of dollars it would cost to house them and then euthanize them. And everybody is screaming about houses being built, as one is right now being built over my horse's grave at Smith's Farm on Auburn Street. And I have to stand here as a public servant who did not get represented in any of these bills today, and who does work for basically free, and demand respect for my home. I apologize. I realize some of you are very against roosters, so I will tell you this. They have a decimal of 90. A dog has it of 100, and a lawnmower of 108. And my animal, rooster or not, comes in at 6 o'clock every night and goes out at 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning, because he goes for coffee into the barn with me. I appreciate everybody's votes, and I guarantee you I will still be animal control and still respect your wishes no matter how you vote.
Mr. Salvucci.
Very good, Laura. Dan Salvucci, 34A Lance Ave. I have roosters in my neighborhood. I have chickens in my neighborhood. They don't bother me. I think that if we vote this in, it just opens up a thing where my neighbor or myself cutting the lawn at 7 o'clock at night, and the lawnmower is loud because it's a gasoline one, not a electric one, and it's loud. Somebody may complain. So what do we do? We're going to buy law, no lawnmowers. Nobody else is allowed to cut their grass after 7:30 at night. A dog. I had a dog for a long time. Very nice dog, 17 years. But if somebody came to my door that they didn't know, she would start to bark. Did we get rid of dogs in town? There are some towns that you can't even use a leaf blower at a certain time at night. I don't think we want to go that path. I think we need to leave it the way it is, and just respect everybody else, and let's not have neighbor against neighbor. Let's just work it out. Thank you.
Ma'am.
Hi, my name is Meg Riley, and I live at 100 Belmont Street, and I've also been working in agriculture for 20 years. I'm currently the Plymouth County Agricultural Extension Agent. And a few points. Number one, I would urge everyone to vote no on this. First of all, the way that it's written, it doesn't really have a lot of parameters. It's just straight across ban. To echo a couple of points that were made tonight, right now we are in the middle of a pretty epic outbreak of the avian influenza. Over 25 million chickens and other birds have been killed across America, resulting in higher prices for our meat, resulting in higher prices for our eggs. And as was said before, right now there is a moratorium on moving any poultry. So any birds that were removed would be immediately killed. Obviously, it would be as humane as possible. So I would urge that if there was still a push for this, and I definitely understand the point of the gentleman. Some people really, they do have loud roosters that can be really annoying. But one thing that I would say is I recently spoke at a zoning hearing, and I do think that our town, even though we are a very suburban community, it would be in our best interest to establish an agricultural commission that could work through some of these issues in a case-by-case basis. Again, you know, another thing is that with the price of inflation right now, to prevent people from having the ability to turn their yards into even small backyard gardens or small homesteads is really restrictive, and it's really untimely. So I would urge a vote no on this article. Thank you.
All right. We have a move the question. All in favor of Article 50, say yes. All opposed, say no. No! Article 50 is not adopted. And before I entertain a motion to adjourn, I need to thank my wife, Debbie, for the last 35 years. I told you I'd take you out on our anniversary. Do we have a motion to adjourn? Motion to adjourn. Second. All in favor of adjourning, say yes. Yes. Opposed, no? It's unanimous.